Howdy, stream 215 has begun. I'm working on this game you see here. Today I am continuing work from yesterday. I'm adding scripting with the Lua scripting language and enhancing basically the logic that I can build into the game at runtime. So the work I did yesterday, let's see how to best to show it. I have integrated now requirements and a new kind of event here. So here's a test event I made called the script event game chat dialog tell player hello world. So that if I'm talking to Bob and I say chat, this message is actually coming through Lua and not the built-in dialog game system. And also played around with this requirement stuff. So I think I might have removed it, but if I say here return false for guard, and I say, oops, guard, he will say I can't help you with that. But if I turn this into return true, do the same thing, now he'll actually respond to that. And no requirement means basically that it will always pass. All right, so I have the Lua interpreter being called through dialog requirements and dialog script events, but I don't have it being set through triggers. That's what I wanted to do next. So the idea would be if you step on some position in the world, it would run a script. So I can have scripted events based off of where the player is or something else. So let me think about this. I think what I'll do is kind of like what I did for this thing here. I have a trigger that does a tell straight back to the game. I'll have another trigger somewhere else that does a similar thing, but it'll go through Lua. So let me take this trigger and let me let's put it off in the corner here. A new entity trigger. Actually, let's formulate this in the editor. So it's a step trigger type. So instead of type message, let's do type script. Let's do an S command for script. And I'll put a Lua statement in here. Hold on a second. Excuse me. Let's pull from the dialog I had here, chat. Let's just pull this, paste it in here. And we can use single quotes in Lua, which will mean I don't have to escape anything. So I would do the same thing as the dialog thing, only it's when we step into the world somewhere. So I'm going to take that and put it back in here. That's interesting. It doesn't remember that? Oh yeah. Huh. Must be in the React state and not Redux state. Add, refresh, and there it is. It's reformatted. Looks good. So right now, if I go, hey there, Nui. If I go step on that place in the world, it shouldn't do anything. Actually, I'm not sure what it would do. Let's see. It didn't crash the server, at least. All right, so to make it do something, coordinate, no, what am I thinking? It's the triggers, it's a actual system in the game, trigger system, right? Here we go, here are the different kinds of triggers. Step, and then the trigger action type, transport, message. So there's going to be a new one called script. Script. Oh, is this always going to check? Why is this doing entities that were at trigger? Oh, this is so it only triggers once. Gotcha. So let's add a new key here. Script. S. Script. Don't need a chat type. So I wonder why did I assign that first before here? Because we basically want to see is that entity already triggered it? If so, don't even do anything. So we don't even need to get the script unless the actual trigger actually fires. Entities that were at trigger. Wait a minute, why is this only clearing it after the continue? Oh, wait a minute. Why is there this continue? I don't think that'll actually ever happen because there's the check up here, right? Hold on, let me look at this. I'm trying to understand how this worked. Because this continue, okay, for example, the message thing, this continue here would mean it never updates the trigger memory. Like if something moved on to that trigger and then moved off, once it moves off, this will be true now, right? Huh. Unless the position index still holds the... No, hold on. That shouldn't be true. How does this work at all? This still works, right? If I go step on that. It says, welcome to the zoo. Step off and then step back on it. It says, welcome to the zoo again. So stepping on would mean that the position index now has our entity in it. Hey there, bot 91. Click, click. Stepping on the trigger means that this would be false. It would go through here. This would be empty. So it wouldn't continue. It would send the message. And it would insert the fact that we were at that trigger. Second time it runs through, this would not be empty. And so it would be constantly looping through and just not doing anything. Then when we step off, this now, oh wait, no, it won't become empty because there's a background tile there. All right, I bet I can, actually there will at least be the trigger tile, right? Okay, I see how it works. Because when we're not standing on that tile, there's still two entities there. There's the background tile and then there's the trigger itself. So those will be in the position index. So we'll always loop through at least twice. It'll actually loop here because it's not a player or... Why does it do an NPC? And what if an NPC steps on it? Oh, an NPC does trigger it. Yeah. In fact, it probably just triggered now because that NPC stepped on it. In fact, if I can get him to move once more, I could see that. Let's just move him. Hey, you. Move up. Oh, actually, he moved for me. Okay, now move back. Yep, he triggered it. All right, okay, that makes sense. So we want the same kind of thing. These are very similar. How can I combine this code? I'll think about how I'll combine it later. Let me just get the work done. So this will only one-shot trigger until we move off. So instead of send chat, it's going to execute the script. So that is script host dot evaluate script player entity. That is entity at trigger. Interesting, because it'll what if I do 0 and then entity at trigger for the target? No, the target ought to be the trigger itself, right? Yeah, I wonder if it should be, instead of being called player entity, it should be called like subject entity. Something like that. Anyway, target entity would be the trigger itself. What is that? Trigger entity. There we go. And then, are we doing something with the result of the evaluation? We also did this from dialog, right? Okay, maybe the same thing because there might be an error. I'll figure out how to deal with the error later. If there was an error. I don't have a to-do marked here, do I? I should have a to-do here. If there's an error. Figure out how best to deal with errors. I'm going to do the same thing here. So in this case, I am just going to do nothing. Let me wrap that just to be nice. Okay, after I get this working, what's next? I was going to enhance what's available to the scripts to do stuff like the feedback will allow me to have the scripts actually make changes to the game, which would be cool. So I can make it so that when you step on a square somewhere, a sword gets created next to you, like a sword generator. That would be nice. And this with entity component of type would let us look at the end. Like we could look at the character that stepped on that position and see if they're a player, then give them a sword. Otherwise, don't. In fact, I could have them despawn if they're... Actually, despawn would be through the feedback, yeah. Okay. First link of the day always takes a while. I just noticed I have the 1 year sub badge. That means that it's been a year since I became an affiliate on Twitch. That sounds about right. Is it around July last year? It takes a long time. Fill that cache, computer. Very long time. Is it going to be over a minute just to do a rebuild? Almost 2 minutes. Man. Maybe I should be building this from an SSD. Usually this in the past didn't take so long to build, so I didn't bother putting it on an SSD. But I hate waiting like 2 minutes just to build the first time of the day. Anyway, it's done. It is done. Let's restart the cluster, and I should be able to step on that square that I added and have it trigger. Oh, and I still have that problem where it doesn't show, there's no tile associated with the trigger, it doesn't draw anything. Actually, I bet if I changed the background tile, it would. Yeah, so I could have changed the background tile and it would have shown the special marker. Now I'm waiting for the 20 seconds to elapse on startup for the, there it goes. And that race condition I haven't gotten to yet. It only affects the admin tool, so I don't care so much. All right, see, there's the little marker there. All right. Where are you? Player? Where's the player? It didn't do anything. Oh no, it did. It just didn't scroll. Hello world. Okay, good. So wait, let me check that in. Easy peasy. So, add script triggers, step triggers. All right. Next, game feedback. So that's how all of the game systems actually do things that affect the game state. So, for example, NPC spawning will formulate this set of components to add to the entity component system, and then send it back through the feedback delegate. And the feedback delegate, I wish I could control click that and get to the definition, but it doesn't work. What if I go there? No. It always brings me back to functional, which doesn't make sense. It really should go back to here, I think. Feedback, yeah, there it is. And then, yeah, so there are two things. There's a string type, and then this JSON payload. So if I just add to the script host, no, components? Right. If I add another function we can call from Lua that does the feedback, I think that's what I want. So, feedback. Actually, there we go, feedback. And then, do I need to declare that? I think I do. Yeah. Feedback. So I'm gonna at least need that as is. And the second argument is going to be the feedback type. Going to, oh, did I close it already? What's this? Oh, that thing we were working on. I closed it, didn't I? Feedback. This thing. Pin it. Okay. It's called type. Okay. Just say type. And the other one will be, we'll expect a JSON. So that's JSON wrapper. Do I have that available here? I do not. From Lua. 3. See if that does what I expect it to do. Come on, IntelliSense, you can find it. There it is. Okay, so actually it's very forgiving. If it's not a Lua, it'll return a dummy value. Is that what I want? I suppose so. And then this is payload, right? And we should do a check. If, and this is auto, if payload get type is JSON value type invalid, let's have it just return do nothing. Or the other way around would be if it's not invalid. We're always going to return. If it's not invalid, then I'm just going to call the feedback delegate. A self feedback delegate type payload. Which means chat is a form of feedback. Which means I could probably make chat something that I move completely to Lua. Now that I think about it. All right, let's restart the cluster one more time, and I'm going to try to play around with this thing. I really should, before I start restart the cluster, I should do a snapshot right before, because that's easiest on it restarting. While it's restarting, let me think about what kind of trigger I want. Really, I want to do this in Lua, so let's do a Lua. Think about this. So game feedback ECS. Let's say I'll have it create a sword if we step on a position in the game. The action would be okay. Let's compare to what I had in NPC spawning. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. Good morning. How are you doing? So this made a JSON object. And okay, so it's ECS and then the object has components in it. That's easy. So payload. So local payload equals. I was sort of limited to what I could do. Let me cheat and look at what I copied the JSON wrapper from my game prototype where I had the systems in there. Yeah, so this I didn't have a constructor for JSON object, so what I did is I started with a JSON parse and filled in the initial stuff. So if let's pin that. I keep forgetting to pin NPC spawning. There we go. So I guess what we start with just one of these. Actually, maybe I should just parse the whole thing directly. Position. X. Let's have it put the sword like right here. That's an easy. -7, -7. I don't need spaces there. Oh, why did I do 1? That should have been a 7. And how come this didn't start? Oh, it can't. Okay, it's this silly thing. I'm using a self-sign certificate. Every once in a while, I have to do that. Or it won't reconnect like that. Okay, now it's reconnected. I do want a depth to be set. And what are the item depths? 20. Okay. 20. Trying to remember. Is there if I could do a multi-line string, that would be the best. I could just do it in one parse. Oh, wait a minute. No, once I make one, I can use the new index to assign new things. Right, I remember that. So once I make it like that, then I can say payload dot the next thing would be what? Item. Item. JSON parse that. And then payload dot, what else do I need? Tile. And do I use semicolons? I didn't use there are no semicolons in Lua, right? Okay. So start with the position component, then add item and tile, and then give it back to the game as feedback, right? So this together is what I want to put in the trigger. So that's here. Oh, I'm gonna have to escape all of those quotes. Oh well. It's gonna look a little ugly. What if I find all of the double quotes here and escape them? These, and then escape them. And what is it telling me now? Is it because they're not all joined on the same line? There we go. Ugly as heck. See, I want to actually get more tools in here, like another panel to edit scripts, so then I don't have to do this garbage. So right now, let's go back. Edit this trigger and paste. Update. So I have no idea if this is going to work. Let's see if it works. If it works, then that sword will appear. If it doesn't work, then hilarity will ensue, I'm sure. Here we go. And do anything. Did it actually add an entity there? No. Okay, well, I suppose I can debug and find out what it's doing. Let me look at this again. It's possible it might not have parsed. It's also possible the feedback might not have worked. There's a lot of things that could have gone wrong there. Let's see who the leader is. So it's server 10. Let me stop the orchestrator because we're gonna put a breakpoint in server 10 on that trigger. Because, well, no, we know the trigger works. It's all that JSON parsing, and okay, the feedback would be a good place, right? So here, I'll put a breakpoint there, and attach, right? So attach to server 10, and step on the trigger. Ready? Okay, we got the feedback. All right, let's see. What does the payload look like? This is most likely the problem where it didn't parse this correctly. Well, it's an object. Item position actually it looks good. Position is an object with X, Y, and D of integers. And it doesn't show me the integer values, but I have to click down in here to find them. 20 for the D, -7 for x. I'm going to assume y is also negative. Actually, why assume? We'll just look and see. Yeah. Okay, so all of the position is correct. Only there's no Alderaan. I'm sorry. That was another movie. There are 715209 and prof elements coming into the stream near simultaneously. You got the Pride Wing right. Do you have the Pride Wing left? I was watching Adam C. Eunice's stream last night, I think, and someone was saying they wish they had the other wing to go with it. Nope. Oh, no. I'm sorry. So, seeing as how this worked... Oh, you know what we're missing? There's an outer object, isn't there? That says what to do with these things. Oh, I completely forgot that. So that was back here, right? It goes through this create entity action. Right, so it wraps it in this thing. So it has to be create entity. And this is what key? CS. Okay, I know what I did wrong. And fortunately, I don't have to restart anything. I just need to tell it to... We don't care about the breakpoint, and then just go. Go, and stop debugging. The other servers will have timed out and started a new leader, which is fine. We should see that here. Yeah, 11 took over as leader. And 10 is behind, so... Ooh, that's bad. 11 got killed because of a ping timeout? Huh. And 10 is now trying to become leader, but it can't because it's behind. Interesting. You would think that 10 would be able to catch up because it got a snapshot. There we go. 11 took over. Oh, and 11 needs to install snapshots on 10 and 12. 11 is caught up, but 10 and 12, where are you? Did they catch up? Guess they did? Okay. Fine. That means we're back in business. Let me do a snapshot just in case. All right. So let's step off of that trigger and just work on that trigger. So so this is not the complete payload. This is really the action. Or these are the components. So if I have to do like local payload JSON parse, and it is a, what is it? Action types, that's T. Let's create entity. And CS, right? Actually, no, we're going to add that later. So it's just that. And then payload.cs equals components. All right. So I don't need to save that. I need to take that string and put back into this mess. So again, I got to work with the double quotes here. Escape them and then join all the lines together. Oh, not these ones. I messed that up. Try again. All the way down to but not including this one. So escape and then join into one long massive line. There we go. And then take that and put it back here as the trigger, update, and then step on it. It didn't seem to do anything, but looks can be deceiving. I think I have to debug it again. Which server are we on is leader now? 11, okay. Shut down. Where are we going to debug? Probably the same thing, right? Feedback? Here? 11? Okay, and then step on that square again. All right, and then parse the payload, and let's look at it again. Object. It has a T and a CS. This T string create entity, that's correct. And CS stood for components, right? I mean, it looks like it'll work. Components, item, position, and tile. There's a preview version of the new Windows terminal. Is it the same Windows terminal they announced like a bit ago? Profile elements, you have cup footy and you don't see anyone using it? That was from like the World Cup stuff, right? Yeah, I haven't looked at the new Windows terminal. I know a lot of people are excited about it though. This looks like it's constructed well, so I'm wondering why this isn't working. I guess we'll trace it down and find out. So from here it would go where? It's like on ECS feedback, right? It would go here. Oh, did I? No, I had the type, right? So go. What's the payload here? I mean, it looks like it would work. So I should, okay, if this, supposedly this had worked before, I would have seen it in the journal for server 11. So let me look. I'm just wondering why it didn't actually spawn the item into the game. Hey, there are multiple pixels. Oh, the new Windows terminal is basically ConEMU. That's what I'm already using, so. 11, game journal. Where are you? Okay, here we go. Here's the game journal. Oh, here it goes. So it should have created. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is the item spawning created it. Okay, so I might have to look at one of the older journals. Maybe it didn't work. Oh, this could be it. Yeah, here it is. It looks like it should have created a sword at -7 by -7. So what's going on? How come I'm not seeing it here? Wait a minute, this is not working right now. Oh, it's talking to the wrong. It's trying to talk to the server that's dead. Yes. Oh, maybe it's there, but I didn't. No, that wouldn't have caused a problem. What the heck is going on? Because there it is in the journal. Let me look and see. Does this command look malformed? JSON format. And then let me compare it to the one that the item spawner made. That was back in the game journal down here. File new. JSON formatted. Okay, what's different between that and that? Oh, I see the problem. This is an array of objects. This is an object with objects in it. That's the problem. And there has to be a T for the type and then the component itself. Okay, so I have it structured wrong. That's the problem. I'll get this eventually. Let me just use this as a model. All right, so it's not okay. This is one position. Wait a minute, how did that NPC spawner work? Oh, okay. This is not a JSON object. That's actually a map of strings to JSON values, and this does that embed. Okay, I know what I did wrong. I looked at this and thought it was JSON, but this is actually a map of strings to JSON objects. All right. I'll get this eventually. So I just need to adjust this a little bit to parse an array containing a T of position and a C with that rest of that object in there, like that. So it's an array with one, okay, it has to be an element, so this has extra braces there. So it's an array with one element in it, which is a JSON object that has two key values, T, position, C, which is another JSON object, which has the keys and values of the component. Okay, got that. And then that's components. So we need to do components add. Actually, the way I had this, I think it was json.add components, comma. Let me check. Yeah. So JSON add components, and then JSON parse, and it's the same kind of thing. It's make it a JSON object. So it's without the array part. So it's this part here. Type is item. Component is that. And then again, json.add components, comma. This one's tile, so it's T is tile. C is, so I can type that component, and then json.add. Oh, wait a minute. That was it. So the components is an array. And then I had the T in there, right? Create entity. And that's the only difference between that and that, right? That's the only thing I got wrong was the inside of the CS. Yep. Okay. So third time's a charm, right? Let me verify this. Position component, item component, tile component, all in a JSON array, which is then added there. Okay. Take that. What's this one? Empty? Let's close it. Which window had, here it is. Paste. And then we gotta do our double code escaping here. That, oh, except for that last one. That last one doesn't need to be escaped. Okay, and then combine lines. Ugly part. And then, looks good. And the cluster's still broken because I'm still in the debugger. So, clear breakpoints, continue, stop debugging, and then it becomes a follower that it should start. It should if the snapshot stuff worked, which it doesn't really work right now because it's in debug mode. It should catch up, but right now it's yeah, it's having issues. Actually, it might recover. It recovered last time, right? It just took it had to kill the leader, and it did it again because of ping timeout. And after 20 seconds, a new leader was elected. The 20-second delay is in there because it's a debug build, and it's very. If I don't set the timeout period very long, then it doesn't. It times out too frequently. There should only be a raft timeout when the leader dies. Right now, and right now we already you'll have extra timeouts if the first server to timeout is behind, like 11 is behind, so it can't become leader. 12 can become leader though, and when it does, it's going to install like it's trying to install. Right, 12 is installing a snapshot on 11. 12 is caught up. What about 10 and... Well, 10 should be still okay. It's 11 that needs to catch up. I don't see 11 catching up, though. Actually, no, it did. Okay, so we might be back in business. Cool. I think we're back in business, so... All right, one more time. Step on it. Still didn't do anything. This is frustrating. Oh no, I didn't paste it into the world. Right, I didn't paste this in yet. That's why. I need to restart the cluster to do that. Okay. All is not lost. I just need to paste, update, and now step on there. Ah. I should have created a sword right there. How come it didn't? Who's the leader? 12. Let's look at 12's journal. Might have formatted it wrong. Of course, it's probably rotated by now. Let's step on it one more time and then look at the journal. I don't see it now. Is it not working? Huh. Just got rotated on me. It's not even doing it now. Shoot. I screwed up. Let's take that and look at it. JSON format. It should work. Do I need to debug yet again? Yeah, let's do it. All right, so which server is this? 12 this time. Shut down. We're going to on ECS feedback. No, it's not in this file. Don't need to open this anymore. Well, I can do feedback, right? Yeah. Here. Debug attached to 12. And step on it. I said step on it. Okay, it's not even hitting that anymore. Why would that be the case? It's running into some kind of error. One of these is got a syntax error in it, maybe? Okay, let's look at parse then. JSON wrapper parse. Yeah, well, actually it looks like it never errors out. So why would it not get to here? I'm presuming that's why it's not working. By the way, as far as you know, in Windows for debug build, it links into a debug version of some libraries, which are slow. Yeah, I could do that. I've done that at work, or at my last job before as well. Like, use the release build of everything but the part I want to debug. Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't want to make my own scripting language, not Zane. And hello. It would just take too long, and I guess I'm just not interested in doing it, making up my own scripting language. I'm hoping to see if a syntax error here with my eyes. Okay, well, ultimately this is run by the trigger, right? And I had like figure what to do with errors. I could at least print a diagnostic message if I get an error. I think that's what I want to do. So diagnostic sender, send formatted message, error executing, evaluating script, and then require. This is a bad word, by the way. It shouldn't be requirements evaluation. Oh, hold on. Someone's scratching at the door. I'll be right back. Scratch. He wants in. Kita. Kita wanted in. All right. This should be script evaluation dot error dot. What is this? Oh no, it's not. The error is a boolean. Results. See. Oh, results could be anything. It'll be a string though. And take the C++ string and turn it into a C string. We'll leave that there. Yep, working on Lua. Hey there, Cthulhu. I was working on this little Lua thing here. No, where? Here. To create a sword. This is the Lua required right now to create a sword. So a lot of the stuff I want to hide away into helper Lua scripts. But right now it's just as direct as I could do it. Minimum changes to the server. And it's not working. I'm trying to figure out why. Alright, so I need to restart the server now. And then that'll catch up, right? And then I can then stop and restart it. Well, just to be nice to the cluster, I'll snapshot first, then stop, then restart. Hey there, Batcraft. "20 seconds. So if there's any Lua error, I should see it now in the diagnostic log with that. So let's see. We gonna get the cluster up and running anytime soon? There it goes. All right, here I'm going. You know what? It might be because that guy's standing on the sword. Okay, there was no error. What if I force an error? Go to there and let's just do an error here. Error. Hi. I think that's how you do an error in Lua, right? Actually, I don't remember. How do you do it? How do you force an error in Lua? Dev docs Lua. Well, I'll just do error, right? Error. Okay, so it has parentheses. Okay. So error message update. Uh-oh. Not getting a message at all. So is the trigger not firing? Okay. Some sanity checking maybe is in order. Let's keep the copy of that, and let me undo this until I get back to where I had something that worked. Was that in a different window I had it? Okay, so never mind. Where's the window where I had something that actually worked? Did I not save it? That wasn't it. Oh, here it was. No, this wasn't it either. Shoot. I don't remember where I put it. Sanity? Yeah. Because we're insane. Seriously? I don't even have it at all now? Fine. We'll just do it here. Let me just take the script I had in the dialogue for Bob. Conversation chat, this one. And paste it there. And turn those to single quotes there. So we'll try this. Here for this trigger. Update. So that works. It launched a script. And can I, instead of, in front of doing that, can I say error? Hi. Update. No, it's okay. It's not detecting an error at all. It should have, though. That's probably what it is, right? The evaluate is not detecting errors correctly. Should go into here, though. I don't know why it's not. Oh, is it because it's looking at -1? No, that shouldn't be it. I guess it could be, though. One thing I notice is that it doesn't pop that off the stack. Oh, no, it's because I do it that way. That's why. We just set the top and pop everything off. Is the Lua okay work? Yeah, so if this didn't work, then we wouldn't have seen this hello world show up. When it wasn't, when it executes correctly. At least I think, well, we're not doing anything with the results, but it's, I was using it in the dialogues yesterday for the requirements. Actually, I could also test it this way. Chat, Lua error high. Yeah, we get expression 1 high. So this is the entire thing we should get for an error message. Does it have unit test? No. Of course not. So yeah, that works. That means it does get the message out. So what's going on? This goes through the same evaluate. Let me find that exactly. That's in message. Coordinator message. Messaging. Oh, it's evaluate script. No, okay, that's different. Oh no, excuse me, that goes to evaluate anyway. It all funnels down into here. Okay, so then why is the trigger not doing, why is that not working? Another sanity check. I should get a message one way or the other. Evaluated script. Results. And I don't know what the JSON results will be, so what I'm going to do is say that dot to encoding to make it into a string and then print it out. That's what I'm going to do. I need to use the restroom too. Snapshot that. And yeah, that built. So let me restart it, but I'll be right back. I'll use the restroom. Be right back. I'm back. Is it because the error is in quote marks in the command? I don't think so. We'll find out though. Restart. Thank you. Okay, here we go. I want to see something down there when I step there. Aha. Expression high. Okay, it worked that time. Did I not restart? Is that what happened last time? I just didn't restart the server? Because now it's working. Let me change the trigger to remove the high from it. Update. Results invalid JSON. It's interesting. It should be nil or null. What happens if I do a return nil in here? Return nil. Error value in script expression 1 parentheses near return. It's good that I'm getting feedback about syntax errors here. Oh yeah, there's no, that parentheses goes here. It's hard to see. I need a code editor in the panel. That's what I need. Invalid JSON. Okay, so my handling of null. Whoops. What happened to my windows? My windows all vanished. I think it's that Microsoft Windows thing, where it's like, I only want to see that one window. No, I'd like to see all my windows, please. There's a version of VS Code to run in the browser. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Windows are escaping. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? I guess I'm not translating nil back into null. It should say null. Like, let's say if I return 42 instead of nil. It should say 42. There it is. So that's one problem. I'm not translating nil back to null. It says invalid JSON instead of null. Anyway, that's not the primary concern. I want to figure out what's wrong with this script here. Or where was it? In one of these windows. Oh, did I close? Damn it. Did I close the one that had... That's the problem with having untitled windows, I guess. This I don't care about anymore. That one was wrong. Maybe if I undo... Oh, there we go. Got it back. Yay. I want to figure out what's wrong with this. This is the buggy script. Paste. Update. Now step. Aha. We have a missing parentheses near JSON. Okay. I'm missing a parenthesis somewhere. Oh, there it is. How did that happen? There we go. That was the bug. Nearly done there, huh? Not sure if you can do stuff like something... Yeah. Did someone say that was the bug and I just didn't see? Yeah, you knew he's right. That was a stupid mistake. This is setting up the 3 components and then adding it to the payload. Or making a payload out of it. So that's what I wanted in here. I'll do this ugly fix-up for now. Escape them, and then join them. Join me. and it will complete your training. Alright, and then that goes in there. Update. Wait a minute, why didn't it update? Is that not working? That's correct JSON. Okay, I think it did, and just my tools are being weird. Nope, it didn't update. What's wrong with it? Update. Why doesn't it want to update? What am I doing wrong here? Obligatory Star Wars reference, yeah. I don't know what I did wrong here. How about let's remove it? Okay. It still is complaining about a parentheses problem. Oh, you know what? That's not terminated over here. There are multiple Lua problems. I need to have like a Lua syntax checker to tell me this stuff. Can I just hack that in here? Because I don't want to redo that stuff. So it would be look for json.add. Yeah, like right there. And then right there. This is inspiring me to want to get the panel in here to do that for me. Okay, step. Oh, sweet. I got an infinite sword generator now. Yay. Every time I step there now, it will create a new sword. Of course, I'm going to have a lot of extra swords here. What happens if an NPC steps on it? I forgot what I did for that. Where is it? Here we go. Let's grab an NPC. How about you? Oh, no, he... Interesting. Did I... How come they're not... He's not destroying those swords? Oh, he has to move on to them. I can't just place him on them. And I just killed him. Hey there, Romania. It's going okay now. I was having trouble getting this thing to work. Hold on, let's clean up around here. So I made a trigger now, and it's working now, where if you step here, it creates a sword. Using, it's all in Lua. So here's the Lua code to create the sword. It's a little ugly, but that's because I have no helper functions set up to, like, pre-format stuff, but I'm going to do that in a bit. Will item stats be in the UI be a thing? Of course. It's further down the road when I actually have all this mechanical stuff worked out. Yeah, so now scripts, including dialogues and triggers, can send feedback to the ECS to do stuff like creating entities in the game. So now when I let's pick that one up. If oh, Bob created it by stepping on it. That's interesting. That's actually what I wanted to test anyway. So if anything steps on that spot, it's going to create a sword. Now I have the problem where I have too many swords. Be nice to have an item disposal, wouldn't it? Like, what if I step on another space, it destroys all of the swords that happen to be in that spot? Or I could just have Bob sitting there destroying them all. You want to learn Golang? After that, you might try Lua. I mean, Lua is pretty simple, right? The only thing complex here, I think, is this character, which is shorthand for this. It's shorthand for that, where you take the object and pass it in as the cell for this, or whatever you want to call it, the first argument, right? It's maybe the only complicated thing I have here. Otherwise, it's, well, I guess the second most complicated thing is what the hell does local mean, right? Local just means that it's not a global variable. It is that variable ceases to exist when this script context exits, right? So anyway, create two local variables, and by calling methods of some object, and this JSON object is a built-in object. That's pretty much all you need to know, right? And everything else here is it's just a big string, right? Can there be one-time triggers? Yeah, if the trigger destroyed itself. Yeah, I can do interesting things now. I could have it tell the game to destroy entities. Like, I can make a square that destroys NPCs that step on it. Actually, you know what? I'd like to have that. I'd like to have that here. Should we test it? Should I make a trigger here that destroys if it's an NPC? Because I don't like them getting... See how also Bob is in there messing up my swords? I kind of want NPCs not to be able to get in here. What if on this square we put an NPC destruction? Let's play around with that. Make a new entity here that has a trigger. And let me just actually, let me copy from the trigger down here. Or, yeah, copy from this trigger. Why not? But I'm going to shorten the script quite a bit. We're just going to have it say game chat a game player. Actually, what happens if I do 0? I think that sends it to everyone, right? Actually, this is a good test. Yikes. Add. And yeah, let's do this trick to make it show up. Well, that didn't work. Huh. So I have to move away and then come back to fix that? Yeah, anyway. Let's see if that sends a tell to everyone in the game. I don't remember if that does or not. We'll find out. It did not. Well, that's gonna be a bummer. I should probably fix that. Or not. I could just trigger it myself. I just don't want to destroy my own entity. So this has to say like player or something, right? Yikes. There it is. So what I want to actually print out is what is player, right? So what if I did player? 523, that's my entity ID. So then, let's, instead of doing player, what is, oh, I haven't done this part yet. This was next, right? I was going to have it fetch things from the ECS with entity component of type. I need to do that before I can go any further. So what I wanted to do is fetch the thing that stepped on the trigger and see if it's a player or an NPC. And if it's an NPC, destroy it. Yeah, I don't want it to destroy the player entity. That would be bad. Your camera would stop working. You would lose all your points. Yeah, that would be very bad. Pretty much, or switch if you're on top of an item. Actually, what happens if he steps there? It should create a sword, right? He's not going to step on there. Kicks you out of the game. It won't kick you out of the game. You just won't be able to move. It would be bad. I don't want my character entity destroyed. Here, you guys can go eat these swords. Here, go play. Yeah, so I need to do the next bit of code. I'm going to make a Lua function called with entity component of type that takes another Lua function and calls it with that component of the given component of the given entity. And the same thing with get components of type. So I should probably do both. Right. Yeah, okay, let's do it. With entity component of type. So, components. There we go. Like unfair Mario full of traps and fake tiles? Maybe. All right. Yes, copy pasta. All right, here we go. With entity component of type. I think it should be function followed by component followed by entity, right? So component, well, yeah, component. And this is a function. Can I do check function? I can't. How do you check if something's a function? I'm going to cheat and look at what I did in another project. So I remember this right. I had this data disintegrator app had Lua scripting in it. And this thing had a callback in it. And you could set the callback. How did that work? I don't think this is the right one. I think this is the right one. Yeah, this delegate. How is this set? Maybe this isn't it. One of these functions, like, set a callback. How did that work? Index. Subscribe. Maybe this is it. Here we go. Lua L check type. T function. That's what it is. Because that will throw an, I think that will throw an error, which is what I wanted to throw a Lua error if it's not the right type. Let's see. Checks whether the function argument, yeah, it's void, yeah, so it's going to throw an error. Pretty sure. So it has to be a function, and then, so that's, what do I do if it is a function? Oh, I don't need to do anything. I forget what this closure, C closure thing did. What does that do? Huh. Oh, that's how I did returning a function that would call a C function with some arguments. Right? Yes. That's exactly what it is. So I don't think I need that. I just need to take that function and call it back in a loop. So this needs to be let's just do auto, and then this is entity, and check number, right? I think that's right. Or is there a check integer? Integer, yes, that's better. Okay. And I have to do that because they insist on doing Lua integer, which is, I think it's long, which is not an int. That's old. Okay, so we have a function in stack location 2. The type is a string in 3, and the, okay, so then what I want to do is loop, right? So let me put a bookmark there. Go to get component to get entity component type. Yeah, this one. I kind of want to do this, but not make a copy. So let's just take that, paste here. So if we make that type, then it matches. Find. How come it can't? What's wrong with store here? Oh, is it because this is? Yeah, it has to be through self. Find the type and then find the entity. And if we can't do either one, what do we do? I guess we're just returning. We're not going to return anything, any Lua values, so it's just always return 0. But presuming we have the component, yeah, I wanted to then call this function with the component as an argument, right? So that would be here. And what's the calling convention? I always forget this stuff. Lua call. Good thing we have manuals to look things up. First, the function to be called is pushed onto the stack. So yes, that would do a Lua push value 2. That's our function. And then the arguments of the function are pushed in direct order. That is, the first argument is pushed first. So I want to push a JSON wrapper. So that would be JSON wrapper. Oh, did I not have a helper for this? I thought I had a push. Maybe I don't. Let's fix that. Where are you, JSON wrapper? I think I did it. I had it through the constructor. I guess I could do that too. Call the constructor. It was the opposite of that. No, it wasn't really this either. I want to okay, so I should just have another public function for Lua for JSON wrapper. Yeah, so let's do static const push Lua. Is push Lua the convention I was using? Yeah, because that's how I push the components itself. All right, so push Lua. Yeah, just that. Oh, wait a minute. That's if it's an instance. So here it's not an instance. If I wanted to be an instance, was this a pointer? JSON wrapper, was it a... I didn't pin it? I should pin all these files that I open up. It's annoying me that I'm not. All right. What is it constructing? A pointer to 1. So it has a finalizer then, and it must. Where's the finalizer? Yeah. Okay, so I should make a copy then. So then if it's making a copy anyway, I could just assign the copy. So yeah, I don't need to do this stuff. I could just make the copy directly. Const auto. component is get entity component of type entity. And that has to be self in front. All right, now if component get type is JSON is not equal to JSON value type invalid, then we're push Lua. Oh, I didn't finish writing that, did I? It should be. Oh, hold on. This is going to want to make a copy. So let me think about this. All right, then that means we're going to go back then. Keep that code. And this will be a const JSON value. Push Lua, and then component entry second. And then we need to do the call. So Lua call doesn't need to be protected because it's already inside of a Lua context. So we just need to do Lua one argument, no return value, right? And what does that actually return anything? IntelliSense is giving me trouble. I think that'll work. Hey there, Clayman. Just do every check with not. I missed that. That was 10 minutes ago. What was I doing 10 minutes ago? I forget. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed the chat. Really, to be consistent, it should be... That's from Lua. This should be to Lua, shouldn't it? No, but it actually is pushing it onto the Lua stack, which is what I want. Can I copy documentation? I can. This is even better. Push the given... It's push a copy of the given JSON value onto the Lua stack. This is the JSON value to copy and push onto the Lua stack. All right. So it's going to be like constructing one. So that's the constructor. Like this. You don't have to return anything. We know it's going to be 1, so... Yeah, so it's... Yeah. In fact, the constructor could probably call this. Make a new uData. This is wrong, though. I don't want that at all. And it's not moving that, it's copying it. So, yeah, it's placement new, copy constructor. That's what that does, right? Yes. Copy constructor placement new. And then set the meta table and we're done. All right. Okay. So then it's going to call the Lua function with a single argument, which is the JSON value. So let's test that. We need that breakpoint. Snapshot and quit. Start it up again. While it's working, let me figure out what I want the test script to be. Let's make a new one. And then here's my Lua. New Lua. New Lua. Ultimately, I want to do a game chat. Game player, and then some message, right? Local message equals, let's just do local message. And then local found, it's equals false. And say if, I'm not so good with my Lua, so I'm gonna cheat and look at my old Lua I wrote in February to remind myself how this works. Okay, it was if something then and then an end. So if found then, it can have something else, right? Else. Game chat, game player. Actually, I can do an error, right? How do you do string interpolation? I don't think you can in Lua. I don't think there was string interpolation. It was just gluing together parts of a string, right? With dot dot. Like this stuff. So it would be something like could no player component for entity number player. I need to change that variable name too. It shouldn't be player, it should be subject or something. End. Okay, so what we're going to do is game, and then the new function I was making with entity component type. So I need a new function. How do you do functions, inline functions again? I was looking at this last night. It was down here somewhere. Wasn't it? I forget where it was. Was it under language? Function calls a function definitions. This is what it was. Okay, so function arguments, then the body, and then the end. So it would be function, then the arguments. So this would be component. And then the body, and then end. That's the function, and then the component is player, and then the entity is player. And so this would do found as true, and message equals you have component dot points. Is it points? I forget now. I forget a lot of things. Let's see. Where is my window? Oh, it's this window. It's PTS, actually. PTS. Points. So if it finds a player component, it'll print you have so many points. Otherwise, it'll say no player component for entity number, whatever. All right, so there's my test script. And we're going to put it into this here. Let's format this as JSON. Hey there, Rally Monkey. That's okay, Rally Monkey. That's why I make those recap videos. So double quote, right? Oh, okay. Well, actually, if I make that just single quote, then we're good, right? I just need to join the lines. Okay, there we go. And then that goes into the game right there. Update. All right, so now when I step on it, you have 6 points. It works. Am I responding with the Lua script? No, when I step on that position, it runs this script here. So it's saying, with the entity player, their component player, run this code. So it basically looks up to see, does the player entity have a player component? If so, it calls this, and it'll say you have. It'll extract the points from your player component and then form this message. So because of the way this is written, this is within the closure of, it has access to these variables, so it can set found as true, message is that, so then if it's found, then it'll print that message. If I didn't have a player component, it would print you have no player component. So next would be to change this around to look for NPC. And then it wouldn't be message, it would be to do a feedback. So game feedback. And where was my thing that did that? Right, so ECS and the payload. So I need to make a payload. And it's destroy entity, right? This should be no NPC component. I have to be careful about this. Let's comment this out, which does that. And there's no message, right? Yeah, I need to fix this so that I can do a system-wide message. It didn't work when I tried 0 there. So, not found. Actually, how do you do a not in Lua? I forget how to do a not. Is it just that? No? I forget simple things. I know not equals is that, which with the ligature looks kind of funny. Would it be not? I'm not sure. Let's look it up. Logical operators, where are you? Would they be here? That's unary bitwise not. How do I do logic? Where would I be able to find these things? Expressions? So bang is not in Lua. I'm just looking to see where is that. There's relational operators. Oh, here we go. Logical operators. Not. So it is not. There's no bang. So I don't think it is bang. I think it's not in Lua. So did I have that anywhere here? I did. There we go. So it is not. I mean, Lua is sort of weird that way. And not found, then no NPC. So that's what I expect to see when I step on it. That would be no NPC component. Okay, so let me finish building this. It should be payload dot something, right? Payload dot, and I forget what destroy entity needs. E, and then the entity. Okay, that's easy. This makes me nervous. I know it won't be the actual player. It'll be the subject that stepped on the trigger. That's why I didn't want to do this right away. Okay. I'm already kind of tired of doing this, but I'll do it again. But I have to, when I paste there, I now have to go through, yeah, all these double quotes have to be escaped. Escape them, and then the most tiresome thing is having to join the lines. I should probably just use a regular expression for this, shouldn't I? I'll do it next time. I'm like already halfway to doing this manually. There we go. All right, and then paste that into the game. Here. All right, now it should be safe for me to step on that. I actually didn't print anything. Did it parse incorrectly? Oh, end expected near end of file. So there's a missing end. There's the end there. Huh. I don't... Oh, is it because there's a semicolon there? Could be as simple as that. Well, I don't think it's that. I think there's probably missing something else. But let's see. Nope. I think maybe of the comment. Oh, right. That it has to actually have a new line in there. Ooh, you might be right about that. So let me remove that for now. It's commenting till the next new line. Right, so let's get rid of that for now. So yeah, I think you're right. And Orange Riven also, hello. Give you a point as well. You could do something like, I didn't know you could do that. Well, I'll just leave it out. Really, I just wanted it to be commented out here. I don't actually need it here at all. Paste. And then step. Okay, cool. So it's now, oh, I don't want Bob to step on it. That would be bad. I want to, okay. Yeah, I don't want to destroy Bob. Go away, Bob. You're in danger. I want a different NPC. Guinea pig. How about you, little slime? Yes, you. So go over there. And I don't want you to go that way, so go the other way. Come on, you can step. Oh, he did it. He stepped on it. He's gone. Oh no, he's back. I mean, what happened? Oh, is he being hidden when he steps on that? He's not. He's obviously not being destroyed. Unless he's being recreated? No. No, he's there. He's just hidden. Why isn't it drawing him? That's weird. Okay, well, he's not being destroyed. That's a problem. Oh. It's being evaluated. There's no error. It's not returning anything, so that's why it says invalid. Because of that other problem. It's just not being destroyed. Why not? I wonder if it has to do with the fact that that's a floating point number and not an integer. How did I handle that? Oh, I commented it out. Yeah. All right. Never mind. What if it's a floating point? I think I had it converted to an int, so it should still work, right? So let's uncomment that, and well, actually, easier would be to undo there and just uncomment there. Okay. There. Paste. Okay, now it's deadly. You. Yeah. Okay, don't move. Don't move. Ah, he moved again. He moved before I could. Actually, if I place a mountain on top there, and then I can move him off. They don't want to. It's like cows being led. Oh, there it goes. He's gone. He was destroyed. There we go. I don't want to destroy Bob though. So how would I know if it's Bob? Oh, I should just test the invulnerable thing, right? Okay, so put this back. Bob has a special property on him where he's flagged as invulnerable. Let's take advantage of that. Although I don't want Bob to be in there destroying swords either. Can't have it both ways, I guess. Where did Bob go? Go to the secret island. There he is. Yeah, he has something called invulnerable. So I should say if not. Well, if. Let's just play around with this. Instead of destroying. Let me make a whole copy of this. I want that script for later anyway. So Lua. Invulnerable. Then. I'm just wondering what happens if the flag isn't present. I think this will work. But I kind of don't want to test it with Bob. So what's another effect I can generate? What I really want to do is get the chat working for 0, meaning to send it to the system wide. Maybe I should get that working first. Let me hold off on that and go back here. Work on this trigger a little bit more. Script. Game chat game 0 hello update. So it doesn't send it when it should. So let's find out why. That's probably in this chat thing. Yeah, it includes a player. Is it as easy as just removing the player thing if this one is 0? If player entity is 0? So then I think that's true. So I can just take this out. Whoops. Say auto message equals that. And then say if player entity is not 0, do this bit and add that key. So message that equals that. I think that's what I want. All right. Snapshot and restart. It's this restarting I want to try to get away from by shifting a lot of the prototype, experimental stuff to Lua, where I can in-game just edit it and not have to restart the cluster. Let me look up that thing that Nui said. So if I did triple braces, let me look. So a Lua comment triple brackets, right? Or maybe it would be here under comment. No. Look for comment block. Okay. I don't really like their index. I can't really find stuff in there easily. Would it be statement? What if we just comment? Okay. Long bracket. It's a short comment. Otherwise, it's a long comment. So, oh, is that up here? A long bracket. A literal string. Opening long bracket of level n is an opening sequence. Opening square bracket followed by n equal signs followed by another opening bracket. Huh. It can be whatever I want then? This is basically the same thing. Bright! Aye! The bright light! So it's the same thing. It's a long, they call it a long bracket. Oh, that makes it a single line comment? And this is a single line comment. Okay, I see the trick. All right. All right, cool. I like it. Give you another point for that. I learned something new in Lua. This is different though. I guess you can do the same thing with a string literal multi-line. Interesting. Okay. Oh, it's the same thing, only the long bracket is preceded by a double dash. Okay, I got it. I got it. Okay, we restarted, right? So I can step on that and see. Hello. Okay, it works. That works. So then I can actually print something here. Oh, it was here, right? So before, let's not destroy them. We'll use this new trick we learned. And let's just do a game chat game 0. Entity number player invulnerable component invulnerable. And I should do a toString on that because the JSON wrapper I had supports the toString, I think. Yes. And it just does a encoding as a string, which is what I want. toString there. Right? Okay, so let's try this. And then I can make that a 0 too. Okay, cool. You just base64 encode the Lua payload so you can keep everything without worrying about the JSON syntax. Well, yeah, well, this is just temporary. What I want to have is, hopefully by the end of today, if I have enough time, is that when I am in here, if, well, two things. If it sees it's a trigger, I want to have an extra button that says edit script. If it's a script step trigger, the other thing I would like to have is have this reference just a Lua function, and then have another tab where I can import whole Lua scripts as functions. Probably a plugin that does this automatically. It could be. Let me try to do this a little bit more smartly with the joining the lines, though. If I do that, and I say all of that, right? Replace in selection with regular expressions /n, replace with space. Okay, that worked really well. And then paste. Update. And then let's me step on it. Right, no NPC component. Okay, how about you also, Bob? Would you like to volunteer for this little test? I will, oh yeah, you ready? You're ready. He's about to step on it. Let me encourage him to step on it by, oh. There, you step there, please. Now he can only move north. Invulnerable, true. So he would not be killed. So let's move him away. Him. And we'll take another one. This guy. Put him there. You just need to wait for him to step. Because it's not triggered unless there's an actual step. Actually, I guess if I placed him there, it would also trigger. I kind of want to see him step on it, though. You can do it. Little ogre. How come he doesn't want to move? There he goes. Nil. Okay. Nil is treated as false, so he would have been killed, right? So let's, I guess comment this out. Uncomment this. And let's print something out when they get killed. Entity is no more. Feels bad man. All right. Paste. Double quotes. That, and then within here, do that. Oops. /n. Oop, I did too many quotes. Whoops. Actually, it was just that I hit the wrong thing here. In selection, do that. Okay. Why is it not like this? Duplicate object key, why? Eh? Oh, there's some kind of error here. Let's undo this. I probably have a double quote not escaped in here. Actually, I don't see it. Weird. Was it? Oh, here it is. That was it. Whoops. Just do it within the selection. Now go. All right. Too much work. I'll have to work on the front end in a second to fix this, to make it easier. Update. All right. Now, my unfortunate test victim will be this guy. Come on, you can do it. You can step on it. Uh-oh. What went wrong? Missing a parenthesis somewhere. Oh, yeah, right there. Right after feels bad, man. Right there. Now he'll die when he steps on it. Is he not gonna step on it? He's scared. He doesn't want to die. But I don't want you NPCs destroying my weapons. Ah, no more. Now, also, Bob, you should be invulnerable. If you step there, it should not kill you. If it kills you, no big loss because I have Bob. There we go. Nice. So Bob, so the named NPC, the invulnerable NPCs can still get in here, but other things can't. All right. Let's open it up. And even though you've been such a nice test subject, I don't want you near my sword, so get over there. All right. Cool. You encode the script to base64, you still need you need something easy to convert it from base64 from the editor, and then on the client side you need to first decode it. Put the strings in JSON from the editor anyway, or not paste the string into JSON and let the computer plugin correctly escape it. Oh, yeah. Well, it's all temporary anyway, because what I want to do is edit it here and then paste it directly into another pop-up panel like that I can get to by clicking here. That's what I want. So I'm going to work on that next, since that will be very useful short term at least. Let me check the code in that I have so far though. So this can go by itself, right? So JSON wrapper, add push Lua method. Trigger. Do I leave that in for now? I think I will. The only change was to print out diagnostic log messages, right? Yeah. So trigger. Add diagnostic messages or triggered scripts. And then add feedback, okay, so this is adding two things to it, right? So components. Add Lua bindings for feedback. Add Lua bindings. Add more Lua bindings. Feedback. Send ECS action, or actually any kind of feedback. Send ECS feedback. Send any kind of ECS feedback. Sending messages, creating and destroying entities, etc. And then with entity component of type. Look up a component of an entity, and if found, pass it to the given Lua function. Do you have a JSLib to escape Lua? No, so I am doing that manually. When I do it in here, it is parsing it, so I have to be careful to escape things. But for example, when I made this dialog editor, I can, for example, type, what would be the easiest to see? I could go in here and start and type like a double quote there, and it works the way I see. I have to find Bob now. Where is he? go? Here he is. It's in here, but it gets encoded for me, so you can see it got escaped there. It's kind of hard for you to see because it's small, but there's a backslash in front of it. So as long as I do the JSON construction in JavaScript from JavaScript objects, it properly encodes it for me, so I don't have to worry about escaping. That's what I want to get. I want to get I want to be able to put the entire Lua script in a box somewhere, and then hit save, and it's just it does all the formatting for me. Base64 does avoid the problem of escaping because the output of Base64 encoder will be just the alphabet that doesn't have any characters that need to be escaped. But it has, for me, it has the unpleasant side effect of it's going to increase the size by 25% and makes it unreadable. I'd rather just deal with the escaping and have the tools deal with the escaping. So I can still, if I wanted to, go back and look at the dialog raw, and I could pull it into VS Code and tell it to format it, and I can reasonably read it. Like, so I can say copy, and then, whoops, file, new, paste, say it's JSON, and then format it. And I can reasonably navigate through here, and I can see that escaped. Did I forget to remove that? Oh, this had to be refreshed. Now it's gone, right? Yeah. So I can reasonably read it, but even though stuff is still escaped, that's why I kind of want to not encode it as Base64. I'd rather deal with the occasional characters that need to be escaped. So if it's inside of a string, the only thing that will need to be escaped is the double quote. So I'm fine with that. But yeah, I'd rather go a little step further and have if something has a trigger, just like I have for dialogues, if something like that has a trigger on it, and the trigger is of type step, and the type of step is a script, the thing to execute is script, I like to have another context-sensitive button that shows up. If I press it, maybe shows me an overlay that lets me edit just a script part, and when I hit commit, maybe just puts it back in here. That's what I'd like. So I think I'm going to do that next. I need to remember how I did this. So this is in the entities panel. Player console, views, activities, panels. What was it? Entities. Okay, and then we construct this list down here somewhere, right? Entity list rows. That's this one. Where is the... Oh, that is... component list, that's what it is. Right, so it's this new... No, that's not. That's the new one. Where's the existing one? Component list rows. Here we go. Right, so change calls unchanged component. Right, so I'll need to remember the component type is trigger. Actually, I'll know the component type is trigger, won't I? But it'll have to embed the script within the rest of the trigger. Okay. Excuse me. Stretch. You've had bad experiences? Yeah, so have I. I use Base64 whenever I know that there's going to be binary in there that will screw things up. So these, like scripts, source code, chat messages, I'm not so worried about there being binary stuff in there to screw things up, like null characters. So I'm okay not Base64 encoding it. But yeah, I would definitely Base64 encode it if it was binary. Definitely. Because, you know, when you're carrying binary data in a string format, it's just best to do that. Otherwise, you get weird bugs with null characters and stuff like that. Okay, so I think I want a new kind of dialogue. And not an in-game dialogue, I mean a front-end dialogue. Doesn't need to be as elaborate as this, but I could start from here, I suppose. Yeah, let's start from here. We're going to call this one script editor dialog. I'm going to have some logic when we say submit, that it'll take the script and do something with it. In the case of the trigger, it would embed it inside of the rest of the triggers, so the triggers look again like this. So this stuff around it would stay the same. It's just this S key. So you know what I can do? I can just have the action type cached somewhere. It'd be like, what action to dispatch when the script is submitted? And I'll have to make a special action that takes the script and looks up what component we were editing, so that'll also have to be in state, and then just attaches and then, yeah, and then go, yeah, okay, I think I know what I want to do. Maybe I should get the actions out of the way. No, we'll do the dialog first. Do I need state? Yeah, might as well use state, and then it's gonna be rows and columns, right? So script text area rows. Let's do 20. Script text area columns. Sure, 80, why not? And then this is script editor dialog. And do I need anything here? I don't think I do. I just need to have an on, I guess we'll call it on cancel, does it go back, and then an on submit of some kind. Let's just have on submit also do a go back for now. So on cancel and submit. Hey there, playing with Skizzers. How are you doing? Check it out, playing with Skizzers. I have a were those mountains always there? Hold on. Did I create? Oh, I created those when I was corralling the NPC in there, right? Let me clean that up. I made a deadly square here. It's only deadly for NPCs. And is using a Lua script that looks like this. So whenever anything steps on that square, this Lua script is run, and what it does is it says, look up the NPC component of this. This should say subject, not player. I'll have to fix that, but whoever steps on the trigger, if they have an NPC component, it runs this code. It says, if they're not invulnerable, destroy them and then send a game message saying entity whatever is no more, feels bad, man. And so if I were to take this unlucky guy here and move him there, he vanishes. He disappears. He's gone. If I take also Bob and move him there, he's fine. He doesn't get destroyed. Same thing as if I take my player and put him there, I don't get destroyed. Why is it named Untitled 7? Because I haven't saved it. It's just in a buffer. So I take this and I have to embed it inside here as a string, which is a pain in the butt right now. So what I'm working on now is I want to add a button here that if an entity component is a type trigger and it's a step that executes a script, that I want to pop up an editor box, basically to show this, or maybe just allow me to copy paste it to a real editor, and then paste, paste it back into the game, and when I hit submit, and automatically just updates it. Couldn't watch earlier, already doing many things. You get it? That's good. Yeah, so this is going to play a large role in the game mechanics. The either scripts that are run when you step on places, or when you do things to things, or when you talk to NPCs. So because it's game data itself, I don't want to hard code this logic into the game server C++. I want to keep it in some kind of script language that's easy to change and hot swap. So right now it's Lua. Hey there, Rita. Doing good. I'm just playing with Lua, the fairly unpopular scripting language. But I like it because I have some experience in embedding it in C++ code, and it's working for me. I need some more diagnostic tools to avoid some of the bugs I ran into today, but we're on a good track, I think. All right, so I really just have the script and then the set script, right? And oh, there should be an initial. We should have a prop for this, right? So what we call it? Initial script. State dot session dot, I don't know, selected script. I'll have to invent something. Let me invent that. So go to the reducer, the session, and just put it here. Initial script. Or selected script. Sorry. Selected script. Actually, let's call it, because I might have a script object in the game later. Let's make it more specific. Let's call it selected script contents. Selected script contents will be empty string for now. And that pulling that in, I'm going to use that for my state hook. There we go. Change field I don't need rows anymore. I need an on submit. Let's make this specific. On submit changes, on submit dialog, and then this will be on submit form. Okay, and the on submit form will end up calling on submit dialog. And it's going to eventually need, I don't have to, I guess I could put it in here now. Script contents. Just script. Won't do anything with it right now, but this will say script is what is just script. Whatever we had in the box. Right, that's exactly what I want. Prevent the default. Submit script. Dialog full height, single wide column. I think that's what I want. This H2 should say script editor. Shrinking container. Do I need that? I don't think I do. I think I just need the form here. In fact, I think the form, I think that could be the form. I don't need, so this could just be dual purpose there. And then form terminates down here instead of up here. And this goes up a level or two. Right? There's no div here. And then there's the back. Let's call it cancel. On cancel. Lua should be your language. Rawl in reverse is Luar, moonlight. Never noticed that before. Yeah, could be. I said something like speaking of playing with scissors, oh, have those mountains always been there? What was my first thought? I don't think I said the word speaking of playing with scissors. I think I was saying something like check this out playing with scissors. And I was, yeah, and what I was trying to say is check out the fact that I had a trigger there that destroys NPCs. Didn't I showed that, right? Or is my brain just malfunctioning today? I meant to clean up this area though, remove these mountains. Yeah, didn't I drop a few NPCs on there? Sacrificial victims? Here, you don't deserve to live. Ah! Actually, I'll give them a chance. Here, you stand there, and if you decide to live... Oh, no, he decided to die. Yeah, I showed that. Okay. Yeah, that's all I was trying to show. Alright, there was another class I had here for if it was on the right. Was it... Can I steal from here? Oh, did I have this so that it was, cancels on the left? Yeah, cancels on the left. So why is this on the right? Oh, no, it's not. Ah. What... I want to make it show it's all the way on the right. How did I do that? Sign a new player. Sign up. Button bar right. There it is. That's what I want. Button bar right. And this is on submit dial. Well, it's... Hold on. This should just be a submit button, right? Button type submit. Yeah. And then I don't need a click handler. Submit. There we go. He decided to die by his own accord. He merely showed him the way. Exactly. Alright, I don't need a table. I think I just need to have a huge text area, right? And I don't like writing these from scratch. I like to just copy them. Yeah, let's copy this one. Exactly. I don't need a label. Who needs a label, right? Doesn't need an ID. Autofocus would be nice. Let's put that on its own row. Okay, I had a constant for that. Is it calls? I wish they would spell it out and say columns. I'm not going to bother with a placeholder. The value is script. And this is set script. I don't need a ref. And this should be on submit form, right? Right here. Looking good. This doesn't do anything yet, but that's okay. I just want to test this. All right, now I want to have context-sensitive button in the entities panel. Kind of like how I did this go select thing. This thing. Right, so we'll just add in one here. If the type is trigger, and it has to have some other things in it, right? It has to have a type of step, and then the step, well, the action type. So T and A.T. So if component.T is step, right? And then component.A.T is script. If so, then there's a button to, let's see, on edit script. Component.A.S, right? And this will be edit script. Let's put a no break space there. Let's just see if that works. On-edit script is not defined. That's true, it's not. Now it is. Let's have it do nothing. For now. Just want to see if the button shows up. Alright. There we go. There's a button. There should be a button for that one too. But not one for this one. Yeah, alright. This one could have like an edit message if this is a message. Although I think I'm going to deprecate this message type because that can just be a script that does a chat message. And this, I wanted to do this also. This should be like an edit coordinates for a teleporter. There should also be different kinds of ads, like add teleporter, add script, trigger, stuff like that. Okay, enjoy your meal playing with Skizzers. Okay, let's make that do something. It's got to do a couple things, right? Can I just do it here? Say dispatch actions dot it's like select script, right? I ultimately need this to be put into the reducer. So like select script. How about set selected script contents? Script will be let's put it here. Well, no, this is important. I need to eventually go back to the component. So really I need it. Let's call this edit trigger step trigger script. And then this will be the what do I need? Ultimately need the component, don't I? Because I'll come back and I'll dispatch a change component when it's done. Well, no, I don't need that. I could just put script in here. Yeah. So dispatch that, and then we have to dispatch to actually open the dialog, and I forget how I did that. Oh, I actually have actions for that? Okay. I forgot I did that. Oh, I have a different action to pop up every single dialogue? Okay. Alright, so we'll make a new one. Show script editor dialog, I guess. I was just there. Here we go. Show script editor dialog. Let's call this dialog script editor. So that needs to be imported. I forgot that part, by the way. Where the dialogues are listed, I need to import it. And then export it. Whoops. And then, where did I define all the constants? Let's search for this. I forgot where I did that. Constants. Okay, fine. Script editor. And then where is that used? Is that Ha, it's here. Right. Script editor dialog. And then that has to be oh, it got automatically imported by automatically. Hey there, Nui. I don't know what Skizzers does. I guess I assumed that he went into his kitchen and cooked, but maybe he was going out to eat. Okay, I think I did everything correctly there. So I just need to dispatch that from here. Show script editor dialog. And then, okay, let's see if that works. Oh, wait a minute. When I call that, yeah, that isn't even used. On edit. That should be that, and then this should be, actually, that's correct. Okay. Edit script. It broke. Set selected script contents is not an action. It's not? Oh, no, I forgot to do that one. Yeah. Okay. Set selected script contents. And then that needs to go to this reducer here. Here. Return. What did I call it? Selected script contents. Action.script, I think, right? Script. There we go. Kiboga finds the number 52 a lot, like $52, 52 countries in the US. Internet upgraded to something 52. So 52 is the magic number today? Time of the calling was at 52 minutes? Ah, conspiracy theories, huh? The number of times that he's been asked for a Google Plane card is 52? Actually, it's probably a lot higher than that now, right? Edit script. Oh, look at that. And it's all a jumbled mess because the new lines were stripped out. Also, that's kind of funny. How did that happen? And this didn't float to the bottom like I wanted it to. Interesting. Let's see all the mistakes I made. So there's an on-submit here somewhere. Oh, I see it. It's right there. This belongs in there. I've been meaning to make these persistent so I don't have to keep moving back up here to select this. But I haven't done it yet. A lot of things I haven't done yet. Okay, this, I think it's just a CSS problem that this doesn't float to the bottom. Now, why is the form that tall, but that div, like what's in that space down there? Div is not equal to form. Do I have a mismatch there? Form, div. Oh, did I have a fixed height of 70 VH in there? Oh. Yes. It'd be cool. What would be cool is if this automatically just made as many rows as would fit. Yeah. I remember doing the 70% view height in there. That was in right here. Okay, it wasn't 70. It was top 10 and hold on. How come I'm not seeing it? There's the top 10. If I turn that off, it goes to the top. What is C cleaner? It's a secure server. C cleaner, secure server. Position fixed. Left is 10. Top is 10. There's a minimum width. Where am I setting the height though? Oh, it's there. Yeah. What if I turn that off? Yes, I don't technically need that. What would it default to? Is it just shrink it? Yeah. So I really don't need that class, right? Dialog full height. This one. Doop, doop, doop. Getting there. All right, so let me just fix this up in a new buffer here. Lua. And then, does this have a formatter? It does not have a formatter for Lua. Shame. For shame. Let's install one. Is this a popular one? 5,000 downloads? Oof. This one's got 19,000, but it is in Chinese. I mean, that looks cool. I don't know if I need that much stuff. Don't trust Chinese code. Maybe just go with this one. Let's just try it out. Install. Oh, we're done. So I can just try it now. Well, that's cool. It was a little bit funny about this end, though, wasn't it? It wanted to do that. If I do format again, it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna crap. Okay. It was close enough. This is why I don't quite like formatters, because they sometimes like get too aggressive and you can't customize. I wonder if I can customize this one. I don't want to search. What am I looking for? I want, where did it go? Lua? No, not search the, I just want to search here. There it is. There's a config file. I'd have to have a config file, okay. Too much work. Look at it later, maybe, if I care. Anyway, I just wanted to get this so I can see it there. And yeah, that's cool. I can make it grow any size I want. Submit. Right, so the submit doesn't work. We'll make that, that's the final thing to get working right now. Typo? Which typo? Yeah, I should probably turn off the, what is it? The grammar, the spelling, I should probably turn off the spell check, and I should probably make the font bigger. Right? Let's have a class for that in here. Well, actually, I could put it on the text area, right? Where, let's put it at the front. Class name is code. Okay, so here's where I did text area type stuff. Let's do text area.code. How do we increase the font size again? Oh, font size. Font size 200%, and let's pick a different font. I don't know. What's a good font? Monospace for now? See what it looks like. Click, click, click. Oh, a little bit too big. Maybe I don't need the 200%. Somewhat bigger? That's not bad. I mean, I can go crazy on this and find a Lua syntax highlighter, I guess. I wonder how hard that would be to find. So let's see. Is there a React component for Lua syntax highlighter? React syntax highlighter. Huh. Wait a minute. HLJS and Prism? What are these? What's HLJS and what's Prism? Weird. Never heard of these languages. Prism, HLJS? I mean, it seems pretty popular. Huh. So maybe there's a plugin for it. I'll look into this later. I'll probably want to do that though, right? I'll probably want to edit in game and have it show the syntax directly. I probably also wanted to have it like go to the back end and try to parse it and see if there are any errors and tell me in line. Like there should be like a test button that just tells me if there's a syntax error. Highlight libs. Microsoft malicious software removal tool executed by the guy just said there was no malware. Yeah, I've seen them do that a few times. I'm not sure what he hopes the scammer will do when it says there's no malware. I guess try to explain why there still is malware. Highlight libs. Oh, highlight JS? Huh. Anyway, let me at least turn off the spell check. There's a way to do that, right? HTML turn off spell check. I know I had to turn it on. All of these? Okay. Fine, we'll try them. Actually, let's just put them all on the same line because they're all for the same purpose. Okay, that's better. All right, and then cool. Oh, I just noticed something. It put that on a different line, didn't it? Okay, tab. That's annoying. That tab actually tabs out. I suppose enter would submit, right? No, enter doesn't submit. Dog barking. Sorry about that. Okay, I guess the next step is when on submit, it needs to put it back in there. And this is maybe the trickier part. I think what I'll do is I'll set up in advance what action it will dispatch when the script is done. Yeah, so dispatch actions dot set script editor submit action, and action will be well, let's just do type. Will be I gotta pick something, so let's just type it in here. The two reference things in the React descriptions are highlighting libs, so I would just find a highlighting lib for Lua then. Hey there, Jalmega. Is that what you're saying, Orage? I just have to find a Lua highlighting lib and then plug it into that. I'll look into that. I don't want to get too off track here because I only have an hour left, and then I can't stream the rest of the week. So I want to kind of get as much of my plan done as I can. So I actually skipped down to doing this, which is fine. Well, so I'm doing some of this. What the other thing I wanted to do, this was important if I want to loop through all components of a certain type in a script. And these are just quality of life improvements, so I don't have to do JSON parse. And this was sort of unrelated to scripting. That was more, I thought that I ran into that limitation yesterday. I wanted to lift that limitation. Okay, so I think what I'm going to try to do in the next hour that I have left is finish as much of this as I can and do this one at least. We'll see. Okay, so this would be I have to have it routed back here, right? Well, no, it actually has to change it. I guess it would just change the selected entity, wouldn't it? How's that selected entity used? Oh, no, that's not how it works. So the problem is I'm using React state for that component contents, and I need an action to come in and change it to re-render it. Actually, wouldn't I just use a prop for that? Like, instead of empty string, it would be something else. Does this use it doesn't even use an effect hook, so how does it fill in stuff? Oh, it does it. Okay, does it? Search is getting in my way. That clears it. Wait a minute. Oh, it's selected entity components. That's what it is. Selected entity info, selected entity. Okay, so it's in entities, which is there. Then how does that reset work? It had a reset, right? Yeah, how does that reset work? Reset component. Huh, okay. So I guess I did all that in the admin reducer? Oh. Oh, there's component and new component. Right. So we want to update new component. And that should trigger a re-rendering. Okay. Got it. All right. Something great happened to you today. Got a job offer? Ah, congrats, Joe Mega. It's the job you did the 4-hour coding test for? Nice. Glad it paid off. Excellent. Yeah, so this is going to be a very specialized action, isn't it? Related to reset component. So it would be like, hold on. It would be change component, wouldn't it? Yeah, so that's like if you type into it. So that's what it should be. So change component step trigger script. So that is that do I have those available through? Oh no, it was just a string, right? Because those are using the reducers as keys directly. Oh wait a minute, no, they are. It is like that. Okay, so I have to do that to reference the string directly. Because the way this works is it puts it in as both a type and then there's a action factory, which is what I'm going to use. Well, actually, I can't. Oh, but no, I can reference the factory directly here. Let's define this first. Change, so right here, define it. And then here I'll use the factory itself. Change component step trigger script. Change component step trigger script. Right, okay. And then this needs to be its own action. Set script editor. Set script editor submit action. And then we reduce that. Also in admin reducer, right? Oh, wait a minute. I think that I wanted to just put it in the session. Yeah, because I might want normal. Well, hold on. That actually, I should probably move that to admin. Let's move it. Admin. Shunk. And set. Set S selected script contents. Okay. Just gonna wait to tell more about it until the paperwork is done. It's a chance you can't skip. It's actually shaking a bit from happiness. Oh, good. Nice. Didn't expect it today. Well, that probably means they really want you. If they got it to you very quickly. Big confidential watermarked in it. Huh. I'm surprised they didn't actually call you. Because companies can be worried that you're interviewing multiple places and they want to get you before you go somewhere else. So I thought that they would just call you, say, don't go anywhere else, please. We want you. Right. Here. selected, well, script editor submit action. Action dot whatever we decided to do down here. Type. Well, it's not type. It should be action factory. And this selected position null. All right. So then the submit from here should actually do that now. So go back, but also it should do that. So I don't have get state, so I'll have to make another action for it. So dispatch actions dot, and I'll have to have middleware do it, I guess. Submit script. Submit script, I guess. Script. Okay, and then I guess that's another action. Yet another action. Script. And that I gotta do in middleware. So admin middleware. Submit script. Dispatch. Okay, we need action too, because that has a script in it. And get state. All right, and this does dispatch actions. Actually, it's dispatch get state admin, and then this one, calling it with the script in it. And then if it's set up right, it'll call, not there, it'll back in the entities panel, right? It will call change component step trigger script, which I don't think I even made in the actions yet. NDAs are ahead, huh? Never give up. Keep on trying. You'll be lucky once. That's true. Yeah. So what did you end up eating for lunch, Skizzers? Did you go outside? Oh, you did answer before. I didn't see it. Oh, and you asked me what was wrong with that end. Yeah, it was just dangling because of the formatting. Yeah, what were you cooking? Anything good? Can I have a piece? Empanadas. Isn't the N is an Enya, right? Or is it empanadas? I don't think I've ever actually had one of those. All right. There should be I don't think I added this. There's so many actions I'm adding today, aren't there? I know I did add it. I just never reduced it. Actually, it's not going to be reduced. It's going to be, yeah, we have to capture that in the admin reducer. I mean, the admin middleware again. Yep, right here. Change component step trigger script. Script. All right. And that has a script in it again. Do I need a dispatch? I think I do. And I need to get state too. Actually, I'm not sure if I need to get state. But essentially it's got to do the same thing that the React would have done if you do a change component. So it would be this thing. And I have to know the type. Actually, the type is going to be trigger. So let's just get this out of the way. The component is going to be built from what it was with the new script in it. So that means I have to get it. So const component is, so I need get state actually. So get state. How did I do this? It's this kind of stuff here. I have to get the selected entity out, get the component out, and then, yeah, okay, do all this stuff. So entities is this. So that's replaced by get state. Get the entities, and then selected entity is what? It's that. Let's just pull that whole thing out. Actually, so let's say if not selected entity return. Then this becomes this. And then if not selected entity info return. So that I can turn that into that. Okay. Wow, this is a lot of work. Empanadas, okay. You're only 17 and a half, so it's very difficult to find a job in the software development field. You have a lot of knowledge in the field, so it's annoying you can't contribute and gain experience. That's a tough one. What I did when I was that young is I just looked for internship opportunities. A lot of companies, I think, are looking for like summer internships. Looking at college students, we had a few interns who were in high school, but it's hard to find them because you don't go looking for them. You can gain it's true, you can gain experience in open source projects, but for a company to find you, you kind of have to get noticed by them. Attend whenever they have, like, if the local college, if they have like a internship event or something like that where you can give them your resume. Kitboga, the person called Kit a scammer for wasting people's time. Isn't it the other way around? Any knowledge of enterprise level software architecture? Yeah. So whatever you do know, I would guess you just got to put it into your resume and got to get that resume out there. And I don't know if it still works the way it did when I was that young, but one goal would be to try to get an internship while you're in school or in college. Or maybe you graduated young, and so you're going directly in entry level. So yeah, it's just like anyone else. You have to get your resume out there in the hands of companies that are hiring. All right. Selected entity components. What did I do with that? I forgot that I logged that. What did I do with it? Okay, so it's an array. So I have to do a find the one that's the trigger then. So I might as well just do, actually, if I have it, then that's all I need. I'm going to be constructing it from this, right? Components. Wait. Change component does what? The value, which matches new component, which... Okay, so I need to extract... Yeah. So I do need to find it. So, trigger component is this dot find component info where something is true. It's component info dot type, right? Type is trigger. And once I find it, I want the new component out of it, right? And then here, I'm going to take that, spread it, and then inside of that, it is a subset of that, right? It is the a.s. So a would be dot trigger component dot a s script. That's a lot of work. If you're moving to a different country, wow. You're gonna need to learn a new language? That's huge. Hey there, Fender. How's it going? Working on the front end to my game right now. What I'm working on is if I select this trigger, which destroys any NPC that runs on it. This was a pain in the neck to edit, so I'm working on this editor. Okay, this is broken right now. It should have popped up the contents of that string and let me edit it, and I was working on the submit. I'm actually curious why this broke, though. Oh, I think I know why. That's because I moved it. I moved it from one reducer to another. My window got moved. Yeah, this moved to admin. There we go. Fix that so I can demonstrate what I'm doing. Actually, this one's a much simpler trigger, so let's look at that one. And then, yeah, the new lines got removed. But what I'm working on is if I edit this and hit submit, that it should go back into here. So actually, let's see if it works. X. Okay, it didn't quite work. Reset. So it said object, right? So it could have been in any one of these places. I'm going to guess it's in here because this is really complicated. So let's put a debugger on that and see what's going on. All right. It's actually that one up in the corner there. Edit. I'll put X. Submit. So let's see what's going on. Hey there. I don't know how to say your name. I'll say ItJ. I don't know how to say your name, but hello, how are you doing? Yeah, if you have any questions about what I'm doing, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to continue working. I got a lot of commands, and I can show a bit of the game if you wanted to see it. Here's the game live. I don't know if anyone's logged in. No one's logged into it right now. You can log into it now. There is more and more every week, so we're at the point now, there's still a test area. There's no actual game content, but there are test NPCs that wander around. There are some test items here you can pick up. You have to be holding one of these test swords in order to slay these NPCs by stepping on them. And the sword breaks after 3 uses. There's also a sign. If you step on it, it reads the sign. There are these magical gateways. If you step on them, they teleport you around. And there's a named NPC wandering somewhere around in the world that you can talk to. He's Bill the Tiger. I bet he's over here. Yeah. So if you talk to him, he's got some conversation options you can pick based off of this script here. So here there's certain things that you can ask him and what he'll say. So, been building up the tool set for world building. I don't have the tool set yet done. I'm working on today the scripting. scripting is going to be important because that's how any kind of changes are made in the game as a result of stepping places, talking to NPCs, and that kind of thing. Thank you for that sub. How do you say your name? Dat Maylene? I want to be able to say your name correctly, so let me know if I didn't say it right. But thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Is this a roguelike? It could be. It's really open-ended now what I do with the game, since I'm really just working on the mechanics behind the game, but what my inspiration comes from is the Ultima games I played when I was a kid. So these were RPG, quest-based, there was a whole story arc involved, and I enjoyed playing the games, and I think that this is the kind of level of game that I can do solo, so the graphics aren't that demanding, and most of the gameplay will be interacting with NPCs, and the combat system will be pretty simple, like Dungeons and Dragons kind of thing. That was a joke. Mayo, formerly known as Endless. I see. Oh, Endless Soccer. Okay, you changed your name. I see. I see. I have put two and two together, and I figure out who you are. Yeah, anyway, this is like a Dungeons and Dragons style RPG, so that's what I was thinking for my game. And since there is no real game content yet, and the mechanics are all still being made, I could make certain zones in the game that are roguelike. I mean, why not? I could have the classical RPG in some kind of zone as well. I want to kind of have a variety of content and a variety of even the user interface experience might vary. So this looks like the old Ultima games where it's square tiles, but I could have another area of the game that's a hex grid or maybe even 3D. We'll have to see. The 2D tiles is easiest for me to do now, so that's what I've been focusing on. That's okay. What's cool is I'm using a Twitch chat client called Yada that I can click on you and then look at username history, and I can see who you used to be called. Oh, someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Okay, that was a door-to-door solar panel salesman that just wouldn't take the hint. He just wouldn't go away. He kept explaining, "Oh, well, you should, you know." I'm like, "I'm telling you, my wife doesn't want to do anything with door-to-door salesman. Don't want to waste your time." Kept yapping. Next time, maybe I put a sign up saying, "We do not want solar power." Just ban them, ban them from in real life. My front door. Unleash the beast. You've seen my beast. He wouldn't scare anyone. Ah, so frustrating that they just won't get the hint. I'm trying to be nice to them. I'm like, telling you right now, I just don't want to waste your time. You know, she's not going to go with it. Frustrating. I don't want to be rude to people and just shut the door on them, but it's like, how many times do I have to give you the hint that no, we're not going to do it no matter what you tell me? The other beast, the real beast? Oh, the little yep yep dog? Okay, anyway, I'm going to... There's the entities we have. There's a selected entity. Selected entity info is... There's the components. So the trigger component, it found it. Okay, then why... Okay, maybe the script is wrong. Oh, it's a string. I need to parse it first. I need to parse it, then put it in, and then stringify it again. That's the problem. Okay, I know what it is then. So we need, this has to be parsed. So JSON dot parse. Okay, what if we can't find it? Let's make this info first. Trigger component equals trigger component info dot. So if not, all of these things could happen, right? If you went in, something went in and removed it while we're editing it or something. Be careful with cats, they're just furry killing machines. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. This guy, yeah, he wouldn't scare anyone. He's like scared of everything and anyone. The only thing he's not scared of is our dog, and he's a real mean cat when it comes to our dog. Cats domesticated humans, yeah. Okay, so this problem with this is it needs to be JSON stringify that. And then it's possible this might not parse correctly, so I need to do a JSON.parse. And I need to do that in a smart way that where I have a try, I think. How did I do this before? Yes, like this. I guess I do a let here instead. And all this stuff. And if I catch, I just return. Okay, let's try this. Reload. I don't know, how long did that door guy keep me on BRB? It felt like forever. He just kept going and going. I'm like, I have like people waiting for me to come back. I didn't tell him that because I didn't want him. I just too nice. I didn't want to tell him, hey, I have like a bunch of people waiting for me, you know, on the stream. Kept going and going exactly. I didn't want to tell him that, but I felt like it. I'm like, I have a lot of people waiting for me to come back. Sorry, I'm working right now. Yeah, he didn't even ask. He didn't ask if I had time. He's like, we went right into his script. You didn't read all of them. What did I miss? Oh, you want me to read all the goings? 10 goings. There you go. You're gonna go? Okay, see ya, Jamaica. Alright, X, submit. Hey, it worked. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted so that it doesn't permanently add it. I still have to hit update. Reset pulls it back. So I can then take this Say that it's Lua. Format it. It's interesting way it decided to format that, isn't it? I guess we'll just make that all one line. Who cares? And then paste it back in here. Submit. Update. Yeah. Okay. So it retains the new lines in there. That's nice. Cool. You're gonna go too? Is it almost time for me to end? No, I have another half an hour. Food's ready. Enjoy the empanadas. Gonna write a progress report on what you worked on today? Okay. Thanks for stopping by playing with Skizzers. And I should say hi to former lurker Toulouse, who has been brought out of lurkerhood by giving me advice on what to say to the... See, I have a feeling even if I said that literally, sorry, I'm working right now, he'd probably go back into a spiel like, oh, but you really save a lot of money, blah, 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 blah. Can you tell I'm frustrated? All right. You would have ignored me? Yeah. I basically got shorter and shorter with my replies. The last reply was something like, my wife is just going to say no because it's door to door. Sorry. Don't want to waste your time. They expect it? Yeah, I was just trying to not give him an avenue to keep bothering me. Next time it's going to be, I'm going to get off my property or I'm going to sick the beast on you. That bad man. Okay, that's another thing I wanted to test. If I hit cancel, good. I was thinking try to put in a reset button, but I don't think I need to because I can just rely on Control Z to undo. The most I want to do more than... Okay, why does it not have a space? Did I not do that right? The most I want to do is maybe put in a syntax highlighter. Right? Probably don't need to do anything more advanced than that. It's pretty bare bones as it is. Okay, we'll just check this in. I had 5 different actions for that. So add script editor dialog for step triggers. Oh, I want to add the same thing for dialogues too. I don't have to do it today though. Do something different. Maybe play around with this one with components of type. So let's just put it in and then I'll try to think of a script to test it. So the where is it? Components. Here we go. Here we go. With components of type. I really should document that, shouldn't I? I don't feel like it though. I'll do it sometime soon. Famous last words. Okay, so there is no entity, but there is a type. There we go. All right, with components of type, you expect a game, a function, and a type, and then we are going into the store, looking up the type. If there is none, do nothing. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to do a loop. And let me copy from up here where we do this. It was like a get entities. No, get components. Get components of type. Here it was. Oh, I just returned it directly. It's a map from entities to components. Oh, right. So we want to give them both, Right, okay. So we're just gonna iterate through. So for const auto component, or what? It had a name. Component of type. All right, component of type. In store entry second, we're going to end up doing this, aren't we? Pushing the function, and then this dot second dot, well, just that dot second, right? That's the JSON value, and then Lua push integer would be nice. Component of type first, and then there are 2 arguments. No return value expected. So that's what I want. Oh, I guess we got to return 0 at the end. Yep. All right. Snapshot, and then stop and restart. And while that's working, let me try to come up with a script to test this. I base it off of what I had before. Yeah, like a step trigger. So it's going to use the new one, which is with components of type. And it's going to be given an entity in a component. And I don't want it to loop through a whole lot. I think of what to do. What types of components do I really care about? I guess we could look through all NPCs and find where Bob is. That might be fun. Oh, you know the other. Yeah, this would be fine. Let's look for Bob. So error, could not find Bob. Feels bad, man. All right. Found is not necessarily true. It's if component, and what's special about Bob? How do we know it's Bob? We know it's Bob because he's got the nameplate Bob. So he's got a tile component where the name field is Bob. So I need to then, okay. I need this again, nested inside. Right here. With entity component of type NPC, no, not NPC, tile of entity. If, let's call this one NPC and call this one tile. If tile dot name is equal to Bob, then found is true. I think that's all I need, right? If found, then let's just do a chat. Actually, I can do it all the way outside, right? Local Bob. Or actually, I don't even need found. I can say Bob equals entity. And then pull all this all the way out. And then say if Bob equals 0, and else Oh, I want to do more than find his entity number. I also wanted to know where he was. Well, actually, I could do that here. Oh, we can do it inside. So, X, Y. I've changed my mind. Let's make that found false. It's capital for Python and lowercase for Lua, right? If not found, then could not find Bob. All right, so if they're Bob, if found, then we're going to see if we can find their position. So find the position of Bob, and if we find it, then we're going to print it out. So game chat. Game found Bob at X. This is not tile anymore, it's position. At position.x, y is position.y. There we go. So let's try that. Quite elaborate, isn't it? I don't need an X or a Y. But I want to collapse a lot of these into helper functions later. Okay, so we're back up and running. Let's make a new trigger that does this. So, to leave the sword trigger in there? That looks like an F. Let's make a trigger that finds Bob. Add. Trigger. Oh, I need the shell of a trigger. I don't have a... Do I have that somewhere here? Ah, here we go. This can be empty, though. Add, and then I can edit it, and then put in the script that I was working on. Where did I put it? 7? 6? I didn't lose it, did I? What did I do with it? 8. There it is. Longer script. Submit. Update. Okay, let's try. 2-step on it and see what happens. Oh, did I log out? Oh, because I was wanting to look at a dialogue in the game. Okay, here we go. Could not find Bob. Oh no, it didn't work. Let's see. Why would it not work? Oh, I didn't do that right. This should be found as true. Right? Submit, update. Ooh, it found Bob everywhere. That's not cool. Oh, because it doesn't reset it. The found should be, once it finds it, it shouldn't do it anymore. So really what I should do, hold on. I should have it if we've already found it, then return. Oh, why am I editing it here? I have this nifty new editor in game, which is so much better. Submit, update. There we go. Found him. He's at 6 by 5. Is that where he really is? Yeah, well, he was at 6 by 5. Now he's at 5 by 4. 5 by 3, 5 by 3, 5 by 3. He's not moving. Get him. There. Oh, no, he moved. 5 by 4. There he is. He moved again. He's a tricky little guy, isn't he? Kitboga tries to refund something from Amazon. The guy gives him a form for Best Buy. So Toulouse, you're such a nice guy. If you don't feel bad shutting the door on those guys, maybe I should too. I know, I always feel bad though. How do you shake the feeling bad about shutting the door on people? Just have to tell yourself that they expect it? Yeah. Cool. So I like that. That works really well. Let me check that in. And what's cool is these extensions for Lua don't actually take a whole lot of code. So add with components of type method, Lua method, or Lua game method. They remind you of scammers. They put out a large net and only expect to catch a couple. Yeah. I think it's when it's face to face in person, the social part of me like doesn't want to be rude. Maybe I just need to remind myself that yes, they expect it. They're not going to take it personally. That's part of their conditioning. Never done sales, never done door-to-door stuff. Yeah, I bet it would be tough at first, but you probably get conditioned to expect it. I bet a lot of people are more rude anyway, right? Okay, so this is cool. I could do interesting things. Like I could have it teleport me next to Bob if I wanted. I could have Bob moved somewhere else. I could have Bob duplicated. I can do a lot of crazy stuff with this scripting now. I like it. I'm probably going to well, there's a couple things I need to fix. It doesn't show the trigger mark until I leave and come back. And the other problem is just a lack of syntax highlighting. What was Nui was saying earlier? Someone was saying that if they have VS Code Editor as a React component, maybe I can just put it here, reuse it here. I wonder how complicated it would be to pull in the VS Code Editor with the Lua formatter, or at least the Lua syntax highlighting extension, and just put it in here. I don't know. I'll think about it. I could always just, copy, paste, and mark it as Lua and edit it here. I'll probably in the real game I'll want to have local copies of these scripts anyway, and I'll be just dumping them back in here. Submit, right? You don't suggest VSC for web? Is it too heavy? That's one thought I have, is it might be too heavy. I'll probably just, like I was saying, keep local copies and edit it locally. Maybe figure out how to make a test framework for that. All right, what's next on my list? Or am I near the end? 13 minutes. These are some quality of life improvements. Maybe I'll work on that next. Did I? I did check that in, right? Yeah, okay. Quality of life improvements. So to have something like this would not clean up that per se, but one of these other things, like the sword creator. Let me go revisit that. So the sword spawner up here. This script. Let's clean. Actually, that's already cleaned up, right? The fact that I have to do a JSON parse from a string there is not ideal. I would like to be able to. Let's take this. I have too many buffers. Let me keep buffer 1. We'll drop 4. 2. Actually, 2 is the one that already has it in there. Yeah, so this is how I would like to write that line instead. Local. Let's type below it. Local components equals JSON.array. And then be able to pass individual JSON values. So here it would be JSON.object. Or really, to be able to just build it from a table. So something, well, that's if I have this one, but I don't have that yet. Something like the Monaco editor. Code mirror. Oh, these are all good ideas. Let me write them down in the notes. Let me take a quick look at this. Yeah, something like this. but just for Lua. Huh. I might give this a try if it's as easy as that. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I'll have to take a look at that later. All right, for now, I'm just going to do this improvement here. So one level of improvement would be that it's just getting rid of the fact we have to parse those brackets out. And then the next level would be that that is an object. So yeah, it would be json.object. And what did I say the object would be built from? Import a table as an object. Right, so it would be, take a table. So it would be this format. T equals, is this how you do it? C equals JSON object. X equals -7, Y equals -7, D equals 20. So yeah, like it would look like that. Just so that it's more Lua and less string parsing JSON. So that's what I would like to have instead of that. That's the test I'm going to have. Can it do that much of it? So we'll put that in place right now. There. Submit. And update. And that should break the sort generator. It should get confused and generate an error now. Expression. Oh, I'm missing some syntax. What will you use Lua for? Haven't been here in a while. I'm using Lua to script actions that happen in the game. So, like for example, I have a trigger right here next to the character that will look for Bob, and it's a little bit complicated because I haven't made like this should be a helper that just says get the tile for Bob, and this should be get the position of Bob. And this whole thing is loop through all NPCs to find which one Bob is. But it's looking for an NPC called Bob, and if it finds it, prints out where the position is, and if not, it says couldn't find Bob. So that is whenever I step on that thing, the game does executes that script. So that will allow me to add logic to the game systems and to the game in general. That doesn't require me to take the servers offline to update the code. You know, it's not in C++. So it doesn't need to be compiled and linked and then the program restarted. Instead, it's all in a Lua script that is just fed back into the game. So whenever I update it in this tool and hit update, then next time it happens, we're running a different script now. Somewhere in the middle of this would be maybe I would recompile a part of the game as a loadable module, and then I would have to tell the backend server, replace your loadable module with this new version, and then it would be the equivalent of this code, but in C++. I kind of like just that the Lua is very easy to embed, and this language is pretty simple, and I can do a lot of quick prototyping with this. Also, simple scripts that are in the game for, like, the example I had was Bob. If you ask him to chat, he just says this. I mean, this is also Lua. So I can say, yes, that's Lua. And it just says, send this player a dialog tell with this string in it. So that's really quick and easy, and I don't have to modify the server code at all. I just put that in as a script event for when you ask him about chat. So that's kind of what I'm using it for. Yeah, so there was something wrong with this, right? I broke this. It was complaining about line 3. Oh, I'm missing a bracket? I am missing a bracket, so there should be a bracket right there. Update. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is there's no effect. The slime stepped on it for me. It attempted to call a nil value object. So there's no JSON.object yet. So that's what I'm going to add. What's this 1,000 kilometer long straight road you found? Oh, that's a trick. So, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Reset. There's a trick in the game. There is a hidden teleporter there. When you step on it, it transports you back to this position. So if you step, and you step here, you get teleported back here. So it looks like an endless hallway. See that? So the way you can break the illusion is if you carried an item, like one of those test sword items, and you dropped it somewhere in the hallway here, you would see the sword jump when you jump. Let me give you one so you can see that. Let's go back. Jump around here. Let me grab this sword. Why does someone put a sword out here? Okay, we're gonna move that out to here. So now, if you step here, you'll see the sword jump. So then instead of being behind you, it's now in front of you again. What about just putting there an invisible wall? Oh, you picked it up. There you dropped it. So yeah, when you step on the teleporter, you'll see it move back. So that now marks where the teleporter is. So if I were to make like a dungeon puzzle mechanic with that, I probably wouldn't let you drop items because that would, like dropping breadcrumbs, it would allow you to figure out the where the teleporters are. Invisible wall? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, I was gonna put. You mean like have an invisible wall to bypass it? Yeah, I could do that. I need to put the system in the game that obscures hidden areas. You mean like if I did something like this, right? Like add a passage that goes around. You wouldn't want to be able to see it though. And like these are both invisible walls, or oh no, I had it. You said invisible wall. I guess that would be another way to do it, but it would be kind of lame that your character should be able to feel the wall, right? This one you're physically being moved back, and you don't notice. If there's an invisible wall there, there should be some feedback I think that says to the player, well, there appears to be an invisible wall here. Well, yeah, that would be the equivalent of this teleporting you back to here. So you just stay here, and every time you try to move it, it punts you back. I could do that. I just figured it would be cooler to Oh, no, but it would show up as the sword still doesn't move. So it would be the same thing. I thought you meant the other way, where like if you wanted to avoid it. I wanted to have something like that, but right now you would see that move with you. So I would have to have obscurity so that you can't see these tiles because there's something blocking your vision. And you just have to know at that position you can bypass it and then continue. I want to have puzzles kind of like that. And being able to place items, you'd be able to see where the teleporter is and might kind of ruin that illusion. Where have you gone? There you are. Oh, you're standing right next to the other teleporter. Yep, you just moved back over there. Okay. I'm going to pull this into here. Okay, so I'm going to work on, I have to add both array and object. Oh, it's almost 2 o'clock my time. I'll finish the array and object, and that's when I'll call it, because this shouldn't take that long. At least I hope not. This would be in JSON wrapper. The class index, right? So there should be 2 more here. Array and object. Okay. This is the Lua function registers the array class method of the JSON class. Okay. And then object, right? I do not know how to type today. Okay, so it's similar to a constructor, so that's what we're going to do. Right, so if there are two arguments, that means that a table was given. So I'm going to want to get the table. Check table? So no way to check the table? Check if something is a table? I think it was with this, right? Check type. Check any combined with check type, that's right. So, well, I don't need to... Do I need to do check any? Because I already checked the number of arguments. I don't think I need to. I think I just need to look at two. If... Oh, there's a check type, wasn't there? Yes, there's a check type. Lua 2 and then Lua T table. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to assume that that table is a sequence, and then we'll get its length, and then iterate and pull off individual elements and form the JSON array. So JSON will be, this is just JSON value. Well, no, auto JSON array, empty array, right? And then it's, I need to get the length. Gotta be quick things for this in Lua. Lua len, there we go. Exactly, that's what I want. So, what does it do? It returns it. Why does it say void, though? The result is pushed onto the stack. Okay. So, Lua len, Lua 2, and then I need to pop it off. So, const auto num, but just n, is size t, Lua. How does this done again? It's like Lua L. I forget. Is it just check? Check integer? Yeah. Lua dot -1 and then Lua pop. Lua 1, right? And then we gotta go into a loop for size t I less than n plus plus. Now I need to see, is there a get? The get I, is that it? Yeah, it's exactly what I want. That's fine. It can trigger a meta event if I, yeah. What does it return? It returns a type. I don't care what the type is, do I? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I don't care what the type is. I want to push onto the stack and call it other function. So Lua get, so ignore the type. Lua get I, Lua, the index is I plus 1, and because it's 1 based. And what's index? That confuses me that they have I and index. Okay, index is the table, so that goes first. The table's index is -1, right? No, it's 2. Right, and then to get the value, that's from Lua, right? No. It's this one, JSON value from Lua value. Right. So then it would be JSON dot add JSON value from Lua -1, and then Lua pop. There we go. Hey there, too, bud. Kid Boga raided someone and the person went offline. Oh no! That sucks. That's a huge raid that person missed out on. Once you're in the wall, you see more of the room. Invisible room. Yeah, T-Jug, there was you figured it out. There's a hidden teleporter in that maze there. All right, let's fix that. Let me review this. Okay, if it's empty, I want it to be just an empty array. So I can just do this outside, right? And then put that out here. So if there's an extra argument, then fill the array. Otherwise, it is just an empty array. We fill the array by, we first make sure they gave us a table. I guess technically I don't need to do that. I just need to know its length. And we'll loop for all elements of it. Right, so we get the length and pop it. We look up in the table at 2, that index, that pushes it onto the stack, and then this interprets it off the stack. That works correctly, right? Yeah. And then pop it off because we now incorporate it into the JSON value, and we're done. Okay, so that's array. Now let's do object. I think objects are actually a little bit more difficult because I have to iterate the keys. I have to basically call the pairs, don't I? Is there a built-in pairs? I don't think there is. Keys? No. I'm looking to see if there is a helper for this. Can I find this in the index? Standard library? I don't think it's going to be in standard library. It's going to be in API, right? Hey there, CM Griffing, Mr. Sir. How are you doing today? I haven't seen you on lately. And this is the last day before my vacation, so I won't be able to look at Twitch for a while. Never seen C++ and React mix? They don't mix directly. They are through a WebSocket between two things. So let's dock that to the right and show you the network and reload here. So the C++ end is driving the game. It's a server program, and the React is in the web browser, and the connection between them is this WebSocket. And these are the messages going across it. So when we log in, we get our login token, and we're asking the server for stuff, and the server starts sending back things. These are all JSON messages, and the front-end client uses these JSON messages to know what to draw in the stage here, and then also what to populate in these various fields here. So it's all built from data retrieved from the server in the form of these JSON messages. So like for here are all my chat tabs, right, that I have. The dialogue and the chat came from this message. So that's how they are connected to each other. And by the way, hello, and hey there, Isley. Oh, your internet was down. Wow, that long? Like several days. I'm sorry that happened. I'm near the end of my stream now. I'm trying to finish this up. So I'm working today on scripting in the game so that, show you, I can this script right here will construct a sword if you step there. And I hacked it so it's broken. Let me fix it temporarily by commenting this stuff out and this back in. Update. So if I step there, it creates a sword there, which I can then pick up. I have 2 of them. And kill that NPC. They deserve to die, right? Drop that sword over there. Yeah, so I'm adding in events in the game in the form of Lua scripts. So there's another one down here that if you step on it, tells you where Bob is. We happen to know he's right next to us. Found Bob at -9/5. If Bob steps on it, it'd be interesting, and he just did. Now we know where he is, because he just stepped on the trigger named after him. So yeah, I've been playing around with embedding Lua scripts in the game today, and working on this script editor, and the last feature I was working on today was that instead of having to parse JSON strings to be able to build them using constructors, just like I do in C++. Oops. So JSON array, instead of parsing the array syntax, and then JSON object, and then another JSON object in there, I'm building it from a Lua table. So that's a Lua table there. And this whole thing is also a Lua table. Basically translating between tables and JSON objects. And I just realized that this expects a table too, right? So I really need that. Submit. But I'm still writing the backend code here. I need to do object. Yeah, so there's no way to iterate the keys of a table, are there? There's get table. What does that do? Oh, that's kind of like get I. Oh, that's if the index is on the stack too. If there's not a built-in Lua function to iterate the keys of a table, I might just have to do it myself. Or I can cheat. I can look up the pairs in Lua itself and find it. Yeah, let's do that. Pairs meta. I guess this is what I want, right? This is what pairs does. It pushes the iter and then null. And the iter function is pairs. That's if there's no meta method. Okay, what's the iter then? That one. And that one does this. So I can just push, I can look up the pairs function and call it, right? Or better yet, I would just call the next. What I can just do what this does. I can just call this one. And just call next over and over again. Yeah, how does next work again? I forget. Next. Okay, yeah, let's try this. So to get a function, I have to do Lua get global, right? Right, so I would do Lua get global next. And then next So the convention is push the function, then push the argument. So then I would do Lua push value 2, and then I need the index, so I need a nil to start with. Push nil. And then I would call it, right? Lua 2 arguments, and I expect how many return values? Returns the next index of the table and its associated value. So it's 2? That would continue until I get nil, right? Okay. So I would then, while not Lua is nil, they'll be on the top of the stack, right? So -1 and -2. Because I hope I get these right. The one at -2 will be the value, so that will be what I do here. So I would not add. I need to do the key, so it would be index equals, and this is interpret as a string, that key, right? So it would be, oh, actually no, it's just check, right? Where have I done this? This thing, the check string. There we go. Key. Lua check string, so that's -1. And so that's just key. And then when we're done, we're going to end up popping 2 things off the stack. And we're done. Right? So I need to do this again down here. And we don't push nil. Instead, we're pushing. Actually, we're moving. I can pop the key. No, I don't. I can pop the key out. We're using the key, but I am popping the value because I don't need it. So Lua remove. Is that what you do? I think that's right. Removes the element the given index, shifting down. Cannot be called with the pseudo index because pseudo is not an actual stack. What? No, you can use a negative number though. That's not a pseudo index. And then I want to do is it move or insert? How do I do the opposite of that? Swap? Move? I thought it was move. Replace. It's one of these to like shift something to the top. Or like swap. I should just do a search. Lua swap stack positions. What the heck? This is not Lua. Pushing, okay. Querying. Is it replace? Doesn't sound right. Oh, okay. Maybe I just push another copy. Okay, so if the key is at the top of the stack and then I push 1, 2 things, then yeah, it's going to be the third thing again. call it, and then pop that one off. Actually, you know what? I can just do these two at the same time, as long as that is the correct index. So there'll be -1, -2. -1 is the key. Yeah, that'll work because it's now -2, and now it's -3. Push it, and then pop these two off, the key and the value. Wait a minute, no, I don't want to pop there. I want to remove them, actually. So before the call, I want to remove them. Lua remove. So it'll be at -4. You have to do that twice. Does pop do that? Or remove do that? I can only remove one thing. Okay, so just do it twice. 2, 3, 4. So remove 4, remove 4 again. That cleans, these clean the result of that last call. Or the previous call, I mean. Whether it's that one or this one. And then the final one is to pop the last two if it's nil. Okay, let's test this out. I have no idea if this will work. Actually, whether it works or not, I'm going to have to call it. Because I need to get something to eat. Okay. Hopefully it just works. We'll see. We don't need to look at that. Did I leave a debugger in here? Let's see. I did not. Good. Okay, back to here. Snapshot. Let's restart. Okay. While that's booting back up, let me look back at the plan. So I didn't do these yet. And I didn't do this at all. And I did some of this. I did the editor, but I didn't do a panel, and I didn't add script entities. I wanted to add script entities as a way to like package commonly used script functions that I can use elsewhere. I'll do that next time. All right, come back up. So this was already set to go right here, right? No, I need to put it in place. Now it is. So let's try it. Nope, it broke. Invalid. Okay, so what's the way I could test this? Maybe do some game messages? Hey there, Cthulhu. Lua's working, sort of. I'm adding stuff to it like JSON array and object factories, but it's not working. So I'm going to debug this right now. So let's start with something simple. Let's take this and say local x equals, and then we'll do a game chat game player, and the string will be x is toString x. Submit, update, and now let me step on it and see what it does. It was an empty object. Okay. So I guess the iteration is not working, but let's see if the array is working. Edit that script, so let's make it an array instead. And this needs to be just an array, like how about 1, 2, and 3? Or let's make them 11, 22, 33, just for fun. Submit, update, now what does it print? Empty array. Okay, so neither one is working. That's a bummer. I'm not doing TDD. No, because I'm getting immediate feedback if it's working or not. I'm happy with that. I'm surprised that this array one didn't work. It should have added something, so that means this was always a 0? Huh. Interesting. Either that or this argument number is not correct. Oh, wait. It isn't correct. It's a static class method. So it's, okay, I got it wrong. This should be that. 1 and 1. This should also be 1, 1, and 1. Okay. All right, let's try one more time. Snapshot, restart. See how the command says Raimu tries to follow test-driven development? It doesn't say he always follows it. Sometimes I just, I don't know, I'm just not in the mood to do test-driven development, so I will just write the code, but then the cost is this extra iteration when I get it wrong. Right, we're trying one more time, and then we'll call it. Okay, so where's my player tab? There it is. Oh, cool. So the array works. Nice. Edit. So let's move this back to being this object. Let's see if that part works. Submit update. That did not work. What did it print on the console? Is this it? Yes. So there's something wrong on line 2. Oh, extra. There. That's what it was. Update. Invalid key to next. In function next in field object. Right. Invalid key to next. So the thing is, it could be either that call or that call. I'm not sure. Let's look up what next expects. Table and then the index. Did I get it wrong backwards? No, the table's first, right? What's the bug? Invalid key. Invalid key. Valid key. Can I search for that? There we go. I'm not sure what gnext does. Yeah, I'm not sure what this does. Hey there, RDM. Okay, so I have a bug somewhere in here. I don't know if I have enough time or energy to debug this. Probably not. This is supposed to build a JSON object out of a Lua table using next, but I have some kind of bug in here. I'm not sure what it is. Yep, it's definitely time for me to take a break, isn't it? Yeah, okay, let's check this in and I'll work on it later. call this work in progress. The array stuff works. Object is still buggy though. So work in progress, adding array object JSON constructors in Lua. So let's say array constructor is working. Object constructor has some issue calling next. And that's enough. Enough for me to put in there. You're not going to see me until next Monday. Yeah, and not the rest of this week I'm out. I'll be back on Monday. Are the two calls to remove and that function appropriate? Yeah, so those removes are removing these two expected return values from the previous call. Push value basically is making a copy of the reference. So I did that because I couldn't figure out how to just move. Actually, I guess I could just move them. But yeah, these make copies, so I'm removing the originals. And it's pushing everything underneath up, so you do -4 twice because there are two of them. I mean, there could be a bug in there. Maybe I have the most likely bug is one of these numbers is one off. When you're dealing with stack locations, it's really tricky. The good thing about Lua is that you only need to deal with this tricky arithmetic with stack locations when you're in the integration layer here between the Lua interpreter and your C++. Once I get this done, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, it works. I'm never looking at the contents again. It just does what it says and then move on, right? So it's probably an off by one error in one of these magic numbers. All right, we'll work on this next Monday. Yeah, there's like family stuff going on for the rest of the week, so I can't stream, but I will be back on Monday, which is what? Monday, the 8th of July. I hope everyone has a fabulous rest of the week. Let me go see who can raid. Yeah, you too, Toulouse. Are you gonna be streaming soon? I wouldn't mind watching some Minecraft. See you, Cthulhu. Yeah, in a bit. Okay. How soon is a bit? I can raid you now, if you're ready to go. Otherwise, I don't know. What do I do? I'd have to raid someone else. Oh, Ninja Bunny is streaming. Okay, you're finishing up food? Okay. Well, everyone check out Fail to Survive. I like to hang out there after I stream sometimes. He usually is streaming Minecraft. He was playing hard mode vanilla, and a lot of the times he's playing Mad Pack, which is really fun to look at. It's almost like a different game entirely. And I'll probably be in his stream later. Raid myself? Yeah. I wonder what happens if you try to do that. I might kill Twitch if I try that. Okay, well, we haven't raided Ninja Bunny 9000 in a while. I think we'll raid her. So she is working on a chatbot in Python for IRL streams using Flask, Socket.io, and it looks like also there's Lights API she's working on too. So this should be fun. Hope you guys enjoy. I will see you guys next week. Let me hit the button, and this time I'll hit the correct button and do the thanks instead of the BRB. So thanks and have a wonderful rest of your week. See you next week. Bye.